indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we continue, I think, Joe, I didn't even check if IT was set on this already.
I think he said it was, yes.
We're good? Just want to make sure. Okay, no call to the public. We'll move on to item number 4, presentation. City Attorney provides open meeting law training. Go ahead, Mr. Joe.
All right, Mayor and Council, great to be back here again. Make sure you can hear me and it's recorded and I can hear the echoes. So we're here to do the open meeting law training, and we're also going to do some council manager form of government, conflict training and figures. While we got everybody together, let's try to get all the training out of the way as we can and get everything done. But, you know, this first one specifically required because of the AG's determination. And, you know, and this actually applies to not just mayor and council, but to city staff and everyone else. So, you know, it's not just a council thing, but it's for everyone in government to know and understand. And I normally do these trainings at least every 2 years, typically after election time, just because you get new council members and individuals and things that come in, and, you know, and it's always great to have a refresher. So we'll get started with the open meeting law training. And so, you know, the purpose of the open meeting law is for openness in government, transparency, that every action that you guys take, every official action that you take is done in a properly noticed public meeting. They call those the sunshine laws because it shines light on what the government's doing, what you're doing that's going to impact your communities. In Arizona's policy, it's more than a policy, it's a statute requirements, is that official deliberations and proceedings are conducted openly. You maximize public access and participation, and any uncertainty is almost always resolved in favor of openness. So what is a meeting? This seems like it would be a simple definition, but, you know, this has changed over the years with technology and social media and all those different things that come into play now. So, but essentially, a meeting's a gathering of one or more two or more persons, and, you know, either in person through technology devices, and in determining that if there's a meeting, then you look at, okay, does that meeting constitute a quorum of that public body? And a quorum is always based off of the number of seats that are associated with that position. Mayor and council, 7. So a quorum for mayor and council is always going to be 4. Even if you have somebody who's absent or they've resigned and it hasn't been filled, that quorum requirement still has to be met by that total number of available seats, whether they're filled or not. And so, you know, when you have a meeting as a quorum, it's to discuss, propose, deliberate, and, you know, sometimes discussion only, but, you know, that's where the meetings, where the legal action happens. That's why we say you don't vote in executive session. You don't take action outside of a properly noticed public meeting. So ARS, and again, not just policy, state statute states that a quorum may not meet or conduct and discuss city business without properly being notified. All meetings must be open to the public except executive session. It was interesting. I had this discussion with another elected official just this past week who's new to government, and, you know, we're talking about doing a council retreat for strategic planning, and he's like, "Oh, great, a retreat! You know, we can just be us." I use the word retreat, but even retreats have to be open to the public. So whenever you're having those discussions, deliberations and things, they are open to the government regardless of whether we call it a retreat, work session, special meeting, what have you.
Joe, if you're gonna talk about retreats, some places have retreats where they're not meeting in the retreat location or the meeting location. They have retreats 100 miles away. So how can you go about then doing that meeting 100 miles away, such as if we did a retreat in Phoenix?
As long as it's properly noticed. Whether, and I've seen this happen, that the location of a retreat, work session, what have you, is typically, it can be a political issue as opposed to a legal issue. You want to be able to have it in a setting to where you guys are comfortable and have the ability to interact and discuss. But because it's open to the public, it also has to be accommodating as well. I've had municipalities do retreats on military bases. And, the argument was, well, it's frustrating to try to get onto a military base because you got to show your ID and your insurance and different things like that. But they had worked with the base to make sure that if someone was coming on base for that retreat, that they were able to attend. And there was a reason for doing it on the base because the base was involved in discussions and things like that. I've seen retreats done, at hotel conference rooms, bigger settings, different areas. If it's being done out of the area, it becomes more of a political issue as to whether you're doing it with the intent to try to, keep your local citizens from being able to be there in person. Personally, when I was on the council, I don't know if everybody knows, I was an elected council member for the city of Maricopa, and we did a retreat meeting, work session, what if you want to call it, at a restaurant in Phoenix. So we're sitting around a table like this and eating, and we had seats set up because there were a few people that came, and it was kind of awkward because they're sitting there and we're eating and talking, and I'm like, you guys want some food or but so it's just a matter of and that's a mayor council decision as to how you want to schedule, hold, and do those types of meetings. But ultimately, as long as the open meeting law is complied with, that's the key issue there. And that's just 24 hours notice, and it's open to the public.
Joe, is that includes like conventions when we go to conferences that we have more than quorum?
Well, and we'll get to that where, we're talking right now, the official business and conduct of the mayor and council, but we will get into community activities and different things like that and what constitutes a quote unquote meeting or necessity for having a public notice of a quorum. But great question. Should have brought my glasses. So the meetings, they have to comply with the notice and agenda minute requirements. So notice is to inform when and where you guys are going to meet. The agendas have to contain adequate information to inform the public as to the matters that are going to be discussed. They don't have to go into super detail, but they have to be adequate to that anybody who's picking it up, okay, they're going to talk about a vehicle use policy, or they've got training on open meeting law, as opposed to, just having it scheduled or noticed as we're having a training meeting today, or we're going to talk about city policies today. So you have to have it's got to be adequate enough to describe what you're doing. Now, when you're doing like a strategic retreat or work session where you want to talk about all different types of ideas and policies and goals and objectives, those are agendized a little broader because you want to be able to have an overall discussion. But if you agendize that for a council work session to meet and discuss the goals and objectives of the council members in the city, it's open to a lot of different areas. But that's the intent of what needs to go into an agenda. The agenda has to be published 24 hours ahead of time. usually you want that agenda published with the supporting documents for that agenda, but the supporting documents aren't required under that 24-hour notice to be attached. So I've had that question come up a lot. Oh, we don't have that contract back, or we don't have this back in time to put it with the agenda when we put it on the website, when they publish like on a Friday for a Monday or Tuesday meeting and stuff like that. And that's, so as long as the key there is you want the council to have sufficient time to review and understand the materials that are coming before you. But the legal aspect there is the notice in the agenda, not the attached documents and stuff. So that's a question that comes up every once in a while. And you combine your notice and agenda can be separate. Just about everybody does the notice and of the meeting and the agendas together. And again, the 24 hours is the minimum unless it's an emergency meeting. Emergency meetings can be held with less than 24 hours, but then you have to go and notice and reaffirm that action in a regular 24-hour scheduled meeting. You can recess a meeting and resume it, and it's properly noticed to a later date, and that announcement is done at the meeting describing the agenda items that are going to be covered. So if we get to the point where Joe is taking way too long on the training, let's discuss the rest of the stuff on the agenda next Monday. We're going to recess this meeting until next Monday. We don't have to go back and republish the notice because it was noticed during the meeting when it was going to be continued. But best practices are just republish it. You always want your community to know the details and be open and responsive. And again, as I mentioned, the exception is an actual emergency. So who must comply with the open meeting law, the public notice and stuff? And it's any entity, however designated or officially established on motion or order of a public body or presiding officer to do public body work. So for example, when members are appointed for specific purposes of making a recommendation about discussions to be made or brought back to council, and that will ultimately be considered by the council, those need to be published and open to the public. Standing committees, special committees, advisory committees, subcommittees. So for example, there's been instances where, I had an instance where a mayor asked the city manager to establish a broadband committee to discuss bringing in fiber into the community for broadband because at that point they didn't have high-speed internet. And because the mayor had asked the manager to do that, although it wasn't a formal council action, but the mayor had asked the manager to do that, and ultimately that information was going to be brought back for recommendation of the council. It was determined that was supposed to be a public meeting, and the Attorney General said that needs those types of committees or working groups need to be or fall within the open meeting law. Now, if the city manager on his own says, I've got these things that I'm working on, and I want to bring in, a couple department directors and some employees with specific knowledge, and they're going to be my working committee on this issue to help me get information and stuff. Those internal ones are not subject to the open meeting law and notice and requirements. So he's able to do that, but it's when it comes from the mayor or the council or as an officially, your planning and zoning commissions, your park and rec commissions, those official boards and commissions definitely fall within the open meeting law requirements and stuff. And so if there's ever any type of subcommittee or working group that is established best practices, run it by the city attorney and say, is this something that needs to be, follow the open meeting law and have an agenda and minutes and,
Yeah. We do, holiday committees, Miss Melendez does a lot of the, cultural arts events and stuff like that. Miss Montiel handled the 4th of July and the Christmas parades and stuff like that. Those are, you could say, agreed, within the council to do. There's no vote on them, but is that already breaking it?
no, I think those are more coordination, working with getting those activities going. You're not bringing something back to council for consideration and discussion. And I think that becomes part of that key is not just how that committee was formed and the purpose, but, the purpose of the committee. What is that committee doing? Are they just coordinating? Okay, we're setting up, we're working with all the float people and how they're going to line up and different things like that, as opposed to, these are ideas that we're going to do for bringing in fiber network for broadband, and this is how we want to do it. This is how we think we can fund it. And those are bringing back recommendations that are
more of strategic work related issues.
Yeah, things that are going to come before the council for consideration. So what must a public body do? You meet and take legal action in a properly noticed and agendized meeting. And again, there's just typically always an exception to the rule, right? So here's, we've got executive sessions, but even executive sessions have to be properly noticed. There's still that requirement. You don't have to do that. And similar with the agenda items, the executive session has to be noticed sufficient to where the public knows what's being discussed, not the details, but, for example, executive session that's noticed on today's, that there'll be discussion with regard to the three positions that the mayor and council appoint, the city clerk, the city manager, and city attorney. That's sufficient for, for the agenda. Now it's, you don't have to put all the details of what's going to be discussed with regard to those things.
Joe, I have a question regarding executive session. So in executive session, do minutes or are minutes required to be taken or recordings or both?
Either one, you either do written minutes or recording, but you have to have, just like with the council, they are confidential. They cannot be shared. They cannot be disseminated, but they have to be there. When we open up an executive session, the city attorney gives the admonition of confidentiality. And that admonition is that executive sessions are confidential except from members of the council, employees discussed pursuant to ARS 38-431-03A1, the auditor general doing an audit. And what's the auditor general doing an audit on? He's going to audit to make sure that you're keeping minutes, whether it's a recording or written minutes, and the attorney general doing an investigation, attorney general or county attorney doing an investigation to determine if there was a violation that occurred in the executive session based off the minutes or recording.
Okay, so those things can be subpoenaed, like the recordings or the minutes could be
Only to
subpoenaed
those limited-
to those limited people that we're talking about, discussed?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, and it's up to, different municipalities do it differently. Some do recordings and just record everything, and then that recording gets saved and stored in a secured server. It's not accessible to, any of the employees or anything like that. The clerk maintains that. Or if it's written minutes, it just depends on a lot of it depends on the clerk and how he or she wants to handle doing those things, what they think is easier, or what the mayor and council want. If you can say, we just want written minutes, so it's easier to go back, as opposed to if a member of the council wanted to go back and review what happened at an executive session prior, sometimes it's easier to go through written minutes or to listen to a recording, because sometimes the written minutes they're not going to be verbatim. They're just going to have the key details of the meeting. But yeah, that's the thing there. Yes.
Kind of, I was under the impression, I was under the impression that in executive session, we're not supposed to comment to the public or anyone out of that room, any of the details or things that transpired in the executive.
That's correct. What happens in executive session has to stay in executive session. So if we have a discussion and information is shared in executive session, it cannot be disseminated outside of executive session. So you have to be very careful, when you do have those, if you're being interviewed or something about a matter, and part of that matter happened in an open meeting, but part of that matter happened in an executive session, you need to be real careful about what you're talking about, and do not disseminate anything that happened in the executive session, because those are confidential. So that requirement applies. Yes.
You're referring more like when a reporter comes and asks us questions.
Yes, I'm new here, but I'm learning, and I know you got an active paper here, which is great. And I'm sure she's like, I want the details. I want the details. Don't you publish it? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, so sometimes it can be difficult because you're like, oh, shoot, did we talk about that in executive session? And if you don't know, just, I can't remember if we had that discussion in executive session, so I can't comment on it. Or, go back and look at the recording for the open meeting, and, but you guys need to do your due diligence when it comes to maintaining that confidentiality. So it's like, I come home, it's public knowledge that, I'm the attorney for courtside. I was there last night. We had an executive session. I can't come home and, express my frustrations to my wife or talk to her about, I can say how long it went. We didn't get done until 10:30, but I can't talk about any of the details. And I don't share that with anybody, even with my wife or anybody, because those are those confidential requirements. And sometimes it's easy for me because, as an attorney, confidentiality is drilled into you from the beginning of law school, because what you do for your clients is confidential. Because you want your clients to have confidence in you that you're going, whatever they tell you, or, things they tell you with that attorney-client privilege, that you're not going to disseminate that. And that the executive session privilege is very similar to the attorney-client privilege, but it's even broader because it doesn't just apply to me as an attorney. It applies to everybody who's in that executive session. And you can have executive sessions where you bring in outside individuals. You can bring in anybody into an executive session that's reasonably necessary to accomplish what needs to be discussed in that executive session. So it can be somebody who's not even an employee of the city.
Just a follow-up, so the people that can discuss what, I know, I get into it. The people that can discuss what happened in an executive session are those that were present in executive session. So for example,
Yeah, but you shouldn't even have.
But we shouldn't, but it can happen. You correct me, you tell me what.
So, yes, the individuals, the mayor and council, you hold that privilege. So if new council member comes on and there was an executive session last year that deals with an issue that's coming back before council, and you want to go and see what was discussed, you can go and review those minutes or recording to get that information. You can ask another council member who was there, but you shouldn't have those discussions with those who weren't there. You know, you just say, okay, go review the minutes or the tape recording, so that there's no confusion and that there's a clear understanding that, you know, you have to go to the clerk and you got to get those, so there's a record of that, as opposed to, you know, these two council members got together and they were talking and, you know.
The following day, if Mr. I'm getting to it. The following day, if Mr. Kramer and I want to talk about what was discussed in executive session, I had a question regarding it. Since he was and I was there in executive session, we can discuss that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Curious to, when you mentioned that sometimes we bring someone from the outside that's not part of the governing body or elected officials, or how are they held to the rules of executive session? If, you know, how are the rules applied to them?
Because it's a state statute, they can be prosecuted, or, you know, a complaint can be filed with the AG's office that they violated the executive session. And it's up to the Attorney General's office to determine, one, make a determination if there was a violation, and then two, what they're going to seek as a potential penalty for that violation. As the city attorney, I don't investigate violations of you know, open meeting laws or executive sessions and stuff. Just like in, you know, the case here, why we're here doing this training. Somebody made a complaint to the AG's office. The AG's office sends a letter to the city attorney. We've received this complaint. Please provide a response as to these issues. So as the city attorney, my goal is to, or my duty is to respond to and provide information. But the city attorney doesn't prosecute those, doesn't bring them, you know, but we respond to and then also give advice to help the members understand the duties and obligations. The penalties can be severe, you know, and it just depends on what the circumstances of every case is going to be different. You know, was it inadvertent? Was it, you know, was it intentional? Was it done with malicious intent? Different things like that. You know, for example, if we had a discussion, executive session, then we had another discussion in the open meeting, and there was just confusion as to, you know, didn't recall, that specific issue happened in executive session and stuff. But as you can see, the AG's office typically leans towards, you know, education. You can't put the genie back in the bottle once it's out. So let's make sure everybody is educated so we don't continue having those issues. If we have continuing issues, that's where the problem comes in, because then, you know, it's likely going to be something that's intentional, somebody who just is doing it for a specific intent.
And just a follow-up question to that is, the reason we're here today, we all know, but what was discussed in that meeting, is that void, or decisions that were made in that meeting that, you know, was open, what was violated? Was that information? I remember the letter. I don't have it with me, from the AG. But is it void? Any decisions that were made? Any discussions? Any of that stuff? Okay.
So I went through the AG's letter and response and stuff, and yes, any actions that are taken in violation of the open meeting law are void. You know, if you guys get together and you meet, and four of you meet with a contractor and you sign a contract, that contract's void. And we call it void ab initio from, you know, that's a Latin term. And it just means from the beginning, you know, it was never had any validity whatsoever. So yes, those actions then would, if it's something the council wants to do, you'd have to publicly notice that for an open meeting, and then essentially they call it ratification, or because it was void, you're not ratifying it, you're just doing it properly the first time. So. So who can attend? We talked about this, members of the public body, the mayor and council, absolutely. You typically would have the clerk there to take minutes. Sometimes, if you're doing a personnel matter or something and, doesn't want the clerk there, I've had instances where, the clerk leaves and then, if we're taking written minutes, I'm writing the minutes or they're being recorded. But essentially, it's individuals whose presence is reasonably necessary in order to carry out the executive session responsibilities and purpose. And like I mentioned, third parties, outside individuals, if the city is in discussions or having negotiations with regard to the sale or exchange of real property, that's one of the executive session items, and you want the owner of that property there to ask questions about specific terms or details, legal issues with regard to that property, that person can come in. And when anybody comes in, just like with the executive sessions, they are given that admonition so that they know what the legal requirement is for that meeting. And, we don't go into details to penalties and stuff, but I normally do remind that, if someone's new in executive session, it's an outside individual and stuff, I will inform them about the potential penalties for violating so they understand the significance of this requirement. So, and there's the pitfalls of what happens in executive session stays in executive session. I know it sounds like a cheesy Vegas motto, but that's why I don't live in Vegas anymore. So. But failure to advise about the confidentiality requirements, that's why it's mandatory that we always give that admonition. And there is no taking legal action. You cannot take votes in executive session. You can give direction to bring something back for a formal meeting or vote, but you cannot take votes. All votes have to take place in public. And I'll give a simple example of that is I've had a number of municipalities where, you vote on the dais to, I got a motion, do I have a motion to adjourn into executive session? You vote. And then, I had some municipalities that while we were in executive session, once we're over, it's like, all right, do I have a vote to, return to the open meeting? And I'm like, that's technically a vote. Let's do that out there. We say, okay, we're done in here, go back out in the public meeting and then adjourn or come back into the regular meeting and do that vote in the public so that there is no question that you do not vote or take action. Even to adjourn that meeting, you don't do that back there. You do it out here.
But we just call back, okay, we're done with executive session, we move on to our regular meeting.
Yeah, and that's fine. You don't have to have a formal vote.
You don't have to do a vote, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
you have to have a vote to go into it so that the body knows that we're adjourning into it. But to come out of it, you don't. Some do, some don't. Just like at the end of the meeting, some municipalities will, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? And you'll adjourn by motion. I've got other municipalities where the mayor will say, okay, having no further business before this body, we are now hereby adjourned. So it's just it's a matter of preference, not a requirement. So legal advice, what constitutes legal advice? Not everything I say is legal advice. You'll find that out quickly. It encompasses advice given to the public body regarding the legal ramifications of facts and information given for the purpose of action, And we have case law that explains what is legal advice, and we have case law that explains what is case law, and attorneys. Yeah, my legal opinion is don't ever go to law school. So how to avoid pitfalls of open meeting laws, you don't poll other council members on city business, you know. Limit your discussion with other members of the council. Don't send emails to each other. Don't distribute information directly to other, you know, if you've got something that you want the council to have, go through, you know, staff liaison, whether that's the city manager, city clerk, city attorney. You know, so you're not having those discussions. Now, legally and technically, 3 members of the mayor, of the council can have a discussion. You 3 can have a discussion. That doesn't violate the open meeting law. But as soon as you mention something in that discussion to another member of the council, that's a string violation, and that's a violation. And that's why it's just encouraged that you know, avoid having those discussions. Have those discussions on the dais in the open meeting. You know, so you're not, you know, it's human nature. You're just like, I want to know how Salo's going to vote on this. You know, what are your thoughts on this? And, you know, and that may influence how I'm going to vote or something like that. But, you know, we try to be open and transparent and have those discussions on the dais. But legally, you know, as long as it's not a quorum, it's not an open meeting law violation. But there are pitfalls to that, because as soon as one other member is brought in or discusses that, then boom. So prohibited acts or violations is, you know, polling individual council meetings, discussing deliberations between less than a quorum for purposes of circumventing. So the city manager can't meet with 3 of you on one day and 3 of you on the other day to poll or get your temperature on a specific issue. That is a violation of the open meeting law, because what he's doing is okay, I know I got 3 that are in support, and I've got 2 in support over here, so I know I've got the votes, you know, this and that. That's a violation. Same thing with, you know, so you cannot have that polling for purposes of what's coming to the council for action.
Yeah.
It's human nature. You want to know what people think, and, you know, but that's what we have the meetings for.
Yeah, I have a question. So there's a practice here at the city about having a chat, you know, on the phone, having a chat. And not Mr. Kramer, but in the past few years, there's a chat where all the council members are involved. And information is, you know, let's say there's an emergency downtown or a flood somewhere or whatever. And just it's only informational. And sometimes council members will respond to all. Sometimes they don't respond to all. Tell me a little bit about what your legal opinion is on regarding the chat, if it's appropriate or not. And also, responding to that person that's sending it, or to all, or neither.
Yeah, if we're talking whether it's a group text message, email, you should be having group conference calls, definitely not. But yeah, you know, Joel or I or the clerk or, you know, anybody else can send out a group notification, written notification, whether it's a text, email, whatever it is, to provide information. That's not a violation. You know, here we've got this situation going on. Replying all can be an open meeting law violation. I don't think we should do that. You know, accidentally reply all or intentionally reply all. And that's what a lot of times you'll see if I'm sending out a communication to the mayor and council, just, you know, heads up, you know, we're going to be changing this meeting from this location to this location, or date, or whatever it is, whatever that information is. And as a reminder, please make sure you do not reply all if you respond back to me. Only respond to me. So when you get emails, if you get an email, a notification that, you know, has the, has the agenda or has whatever it is that's being disseminated to you as a council, do not reply all, only reply to the person who is sending you that information.
I have a comment.
Yes.
We used to have two, like Councilwoman just said, used to have groups via text, and that one you can respond. But on the WhatsApp, you couldn't. Only the administrators could send you message, but you could not respond on the.
Yeah, that's a good technology thing. So if you can set it up to where they can't reply to everybody, kind of like you send out a group email that is essentially it's a BCC. It goes out to a group, but it doesn't. If you try to reply to it, it doesn't reply to the entire group and stuff. And that's a technology thing. But as a council, you just need to be aware of that when you're doing your emails and things like that. Not to reply all when something is disseminated, when you're all on a message or email or something like that. But I mean, you're going to have situations where the city managers, just want to give everybody a heads up. We got a fire over at this location. I want to make sure that the council's aware of these things that are going on, because, my philosophy is always that the mayor and council shouldn't be surprised about something that administration knows and should have been disseminated to council, but they found out from a member of the public. They're like, so that's always my goal, is that, if I've got information that you guys aren't, that's provided to you as soon as I can, so that you don't just, well, Sally Joe said, I learned this when I was at the supermarket. Why didn't I know about this kind of thing? So it's making sure you still have those communications. I can share information, things like that, but you can't have that reply all. You can't have that communication between you as a council. So, and again, you can't use any device to circumvent or splinter the quorum. I can't send a text message to three of you over here and say, what are your thoughts on this, and send a separate text message to another three of you with, on the same thing. That's polling. They call it hubs or spokes of the wheel. It branches out. It's that issue that goes out into all different direction, or daisy chaining. There's a lot of different terminology with regard to serial communications, whether they're written, verbal, electronic, whatever. You just can't do it. So prohibited two-way communications is discussing, deliberating, taking action, back and forth between the quorum. And, it's a matter of something that would come before the council, the board's business. So, for example, when you do your council updates, or you share information, you don't get into a conversation of, I just want to let everyone know I attended this event last week. It was great. They talked about this and this, and then, it's human nature. So you're like, oh, what did so and so say? What they were, then you get into that back and forth conversation. It's not agendized. Avoid it. That's, for example, the call the public. That is what we consider a technical violation of the open meeting law, but the statute allows for it with very strict restrictions. You can't respond. You can. Your responses are very limited to responding to criticism. You're allowed to respond when somebody criticizes you. You have to wait till the end of the call to public. So if you got 20 people criticizing you, you got to let them all criticize you, and then you can respond to it. You're directing staff to look into a matter, or asking for it to be brought on a future agenda. And that's it, because that's the whole purpose of having that agenda and it being publicly noticed. And, the stuff that comes up at a call to public isn't agendized. There's no advance notice. So, yeah. Any questions on that? So, prohibited one-way communication. So we're talking about two-way communication where you're having discussion, response, and stuff like that. There can be prohibited one-way communications where I make a statement and that statement goes out, and it goes out to the mayor and council. So you can't propose legal action, you know. I'm going to bring this before council because I want council to vote to do X, Y, and Z, and make that statement on, you know, social media or in the paper or what have you. So those types of communications where you're proposing something that you want to discuss, consider, and adopt, those need to be done in the public meeting. You know, there are some exceptions with regard to, you know, you still have your First Amendment rights, and you can talk to the press, and you know that's encouraged to be able to keep every updated and stuff. And you can say, you know, we're gonna have, you know, this is going to be discussed at the next council meeting or something like that. But when you start stating your position or what you're going to advocate for, that's when you have to be very careful. You cannot propose legal actions outside of a noticed meeting. So councilpersons, you know, examples, Councilperson Smith was admitted to the hospital last night. That doesn't propose a legal action. That's information. We should install a crosswalk at First and Main. And I'm going to make sure that we do everything we can to install a crosswalk at First and Main. That's proposing taking legal action. So it's more than a topic for the agenda because it urges or suggests an outcome. Here's the recipe for lemon bars that I brought to the council meeting last night. Were they good lemon bars though? That's the question. So yeah, a lot of it's common sense. But if you ever have any questions, that's what the city attorney's here for, to try to answer and help you guys avoid those pitfalls. You know, a comment like I hope I can count on at least 5 of you to vote in favor of this agenda item that I'm bringing up next week. You know, those are the things that we've got to avoid. You know, more examples. Here's an article on the program that the state of Oregon's put in place. Informational. This is what somebody, you're not suggesting in the outcome. We need to adopt this program that so-and-so put in place. So you can see how wording means a lot. So proposing legal action, you know, just more examples. I'd like to discuss the town manager's performance at our next meeting. You know, I think we should consider firing the town manager at our next meeting. You know, those things. Saying I think we should consider firing, that's proposing action. Saying that we'd like to discuss, you know, that's just suggesting an agenda topic item kind of thing. And I put in town manager there so you didn't think I was talking about city managers.
Patagonia's a town, right?
So there's no distinctions really between discussing facts and discussing opinions. Deliberations equal collective acquisition and exchange of facts preliminary to a final decision. So two-way discussions of facts among quorum regarding potential council business. You know, so facts, opinions make a difference as well. Serial communications, we've talked a little bit about this. You know, if you're going from one person to the next, once you hit that number 4, you've created a quorum regardless of whether you did it 1-on-1 or 3-on-3 or however. Same thing with letters, emails, you know, whether it's verbal, written or not. If it doesn't even have to be simultaneous. You know, I could do one this week, next week, you know, you just have to avoid those types of interactions where you're trying to poll or have those serial discussions. You can't use email. You can't use any technology to circumvent the open meeting law. Again, you can't email among the quorum to propose, discuss, deliberate, take legal action. So we all know what email is, and the email communication can constitute a meeting. The use of email among quorum members to discuss public business is prohibited by the open meeting law. Staff liaison may not communicate the positions of various council members. You know, for example, you send something to the city clerk, can you send this out to the council because I want them to, consider this because I want them to vote in favor of this initiative next meeting. The city clerk can say, I'm sending this out so that council has this information for an upcoming meeting, but nothing that talks about positions of whoever may have provided it to her to disseminate.
Question, Joe. You talked about announcements or things that happen. If let's say myself and city manager discussed it and talked about, sending out a notice and stuff like that. Is it preferable to come out of city manager, mayor, or none of this?
It's preferable to come from staff, from somebody from administration or from the city, as opposed to you sending, you can send out an email to everybody, this is just informational. We're going to have a meeting on this date. That's not a violation, but it should come from staff, whether it's the city manager, city clerk, city attorney, whoever it is. It just makes it a lot cleaner, so it's not a direct communication from one member of the council to all the members of the council.
I have a question as far as these outside forces coming into play. If we're not supposed to try to influence one another, which makes sense, but how about the general public or members of the public, whether it be through news media or individuals, that when they want something, like if an agenda item is placed out there, and then they start calling every individual how they would like for that to go, vote this way or that way, or even they put sometimes on the media, we should take action,
No,
does that affect the open
that's a great question. An example of that is I got a developer who's coming into town and they want to rezone some property. The rezoning has to go to council for approval. And they want to meet with every council member, either 2-on-2, 3-on-3, 1-on-1. They can have those meetings and they can tell you and express to you what they're wanting to do, but you shouldn't give them feedback or any ideas to how you may or may not vote on that, so that you don't create, because so I met with the mayor and he's in support of this rezoning, and stuff. So they have the legal right to address their elected officials, to talk to you and express what they want and or concerns or whatever it is. And yeah, you can do that as one-on-one, or you can do it as up to a maximum of a group of 3, but you shouldn't be expressing what your thoughts or your opinions are with regard to that matter until it comes before the entire council. So you shouldn't say, "Oh no, that's great. I'm in favor of you, rezoning this and doing this." Save that for the council meeting. But tell them, I appreciate you bringing that information to us. We're going to consider that. It's going to be at a council meeting. I can't tell you can't tell you publicly what my position's going to be. But I appreciate you bringing that information.
Okay, so what got us here? I know that we had supposedly some kind of an illegal meeting. As a council, they never told us really all the ins and outs of the only thing that there was a quorum and that it was behind closed doors to the public. and that it wasn't posted. Are those all items
Yeah, for example, I
violate the
believe
open meeting law?
there were 4 or more council members, and there was a representatives from a private company talking about something that they wanted to bring to the city. I don't know the details of the meeting, but because there was,
There was no minutes.
well, it wasn't publicly noticed, it wasn't open to the public, and there were no minutes.
But then action happened after that.
So,
What do you mean no action? They gave, they were after that remote center and it got established.
It was just an announcement.
Okay, now, see, they have a meeting, they announce it, and then they get permission from the city to open up.
yeah, but the violation happened because of the meeting. So the letter says that any action taken during that meeting is void, but you had a violation, you had an open meeting violation, but if that, whatever was discussed, if that was brought back to council at a regular council meeting and it was agendized and discussed and voted on,
I
then
never voted on that.
action.
No. It was never voted on. It was never brought to council.
It was not an action item. It was just an announcement that they had chosen to select it to do their facility in the city of
No, you didn't vote on it.
Oh, nobody voted.
Yeah, so it wasn't brought to council. We were left out. The other members were left out on the.
But there was no legal action taken. So had legal action been taken and they've been given, say at that meeting, if they were told, no,
But see,
we rezone it this or we.
that's what raises the question. There was no minutes, so how do we know what happened in that meeting? And then we see action take place. So as members, we're thinking, well, what did you guys decide that this happened? You have this I would call it a corporation or even institution here in Nogales now that comes and presents their case to a quorum of the council, but yet we have no privy into what was said, but yet we see action after the
Yeah,
fact.
but what was the action after the fact? The action was that the company did something that they were legally able to do regardless of whether they.
Well, not
talked to
really,
council.
because they went to the county and tried to do the same thing and they shut them down. So, and basically, it was a thing that they decided to come to the city and take advantage, and they actually went about it in a different way than what they did openly at the county level. So they learned from their mistakes over there, and then.
But I don't have the details of
No, well, see, that's what I
what
mean.
did they
We don't-
what did
we
they
don't
do?
have the details.
What did they do?
Pardon?
Did they purchase property and open up a facility?
Yeah.
Was it zoned for that use?
I don't know the exact zoning at the time.
So if they purchase property and open up a facility in a properly zoned location, there's no action that the city or the council had to take. Whether they were, if it was there's political issues that go into, this business is coming in here, or, people don't want this in their backyard kind of thing and stuff like that. But that's, if, I don't know what their discussions were with the county, if what they were looking at, the property they were looking at that was in the county needed rezoning or something like that and it required county action. But it's my understanding that there was nothing that the city had to take action on. The issue here is that you had a quorum and you had a meeting and it wasn't properly noticed, agendized, and minutes. Had that happened with just 3 of you, it wouldn't have been a violation.
Right.
But because it was a quorum.
But that's what brought us here now, right?
And that's why the AG is saying, okay, you need to have additional training so you understand these circumstances if they come up again. You can always have a developer come in and say, I want to talk to 3 of you and I want to tell you what my plans are. That's not a violation of the open meeting law. Now,
And then can he talk to the other 3 at a different?
yeah, they can talk to you one-on-one up to 3-on-3, and they can talk to all of you. You just, like I said, you can't express to them what your decision would be if they're asking for you to make a decision. If they're just giving you information saying, we're bringing this facility in, this is what we do, just want to know, this is how we're going to support the community, or this is, what we're going to do. It doesn't require council action. There's no decision to come back to council. So there's a lot of prongs that go to that, but, one thing that you keep in mind is this something that's going to have to come to council for approval? Is council going to have to take action on this? For example, sharing information isn't a violation. It's sharing information. This isn't something that's going to come back to council.
So, my concern was from that meeting that apparently nobody knows what was discussed except the people that were there, that in the future, if we have an agenda item from this company, I would feel like, at least in the eye of the public, that they would think that I have some kind of prior knowledge, because we don't know if what they're asking for is something that was discussed or not, and yet now we have to vote on it. And do I want to be a part of that? I mean,
Well, you want to be a part of it because that's your obligation as a council, as a member of the council, is you're here to vote.
But do you
and make
understand how it would
decisions.
affect
No,
my judgment?
I understand, but there are instances where developers will come in and they want to give advance information to each individual of the council, which is okay. They're giving you information. You shouldn't be expressing to them what your position is on that. You would do that here at the meeting. Now, yes, are there appearances of improprieties? Yeah, things can have an appearance, and you should always try to avoid the appearance of an impropriety or the appearance of something. But if you're doing it and they're bringing it and it's coming to the council in an open meeting, then you're having that discussion and action is happening in the open meeting in front of the public. Okay. And at that meeting, you can say, yeah, I had lunch with them and, they expressed, explained to me this project and stuff. And now I didn't tell them what I thought about it, but now at this meeting, now I can tell everybody what I think about it and, how I want to see this go and what my vote will be. And you'll ultimately end up voting.
But in the open meeting.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So, again, I think I've beaten up the email thing. Just don't reply all. So again, staff can send out emails, again, passive receipt of information without taking action. Staff cannot send out, request details or stuff. We can check schedules if we're trying to schedule a meeting or something like that, but cannot do something that would poll the council or violate the open meeting law. We get into internet, social media, worst invention ever. So blogs, social media, Twitter, they can present some of the same issues as emails. So if a quorum is discussing city business using any technology, if you guys are on there's a post on Facebook and you're responding or posting comments to it, and all the other members of the council are on that group and they're posting comments, that can be a violation. You got to be very diligent as to what you're saying, what the communication is. So like email,
Basic sharing announcements.
Sharing of information, like I said, we got this event coming up next week, this time, this place. That just like what you do here when you share your council updates or stuff like that. You're not suggesting action. So again, go ahead.
Just a quick question. So for example, it's a nonpartisan, we're in a nonpartisan situation here, but so some of us have preference for a certain candidate, for example. So on our social media, we can say, I'm supporting, Mrs. Parada for, whatever, mayor, whatever, council, whatever.
Yeah, you have that right.
You have that right. And it's
That's
not
your
violating any.
First Amendment right.
That's my
because
First
you're
Amendment,
expressing-
but it's not violating any
Right. Because
open
it's
meeting
not
law or
something that's
anything
coming before you for a
before us in the
decision.
council or
Yeah.
that we've discussed. Okay, thank you.
So, it can be considered like a virtual meeting. So you just have to. It is a type of communication that results in the creation of a discussion. You just have to avoid it. The other issue to consider when you're doing social media and stuff, if you have if you have a Facebook that's, say, Council Member Joe Estes, and I use that as my Facebook as a council member, and I use that to share information with the community, that would create that's a public record because I'm using that in my capacity as a council member, and then that would have to be preserved by the city through the clerk's office and stuff like that. So you have to be careful. It's not just the open meeting law issues that you got to be concerned with when it comes to social media and stuff. It's also, are you creating a public record, and then does that public record have to be maintained or preserved for X amount of time based off of what the content of it was and stuff like that. So these are all things that have to be considered, and it's not just for the council. If the city maintains a city Facebook and is posting things, that's considered public records. You got to maintain and keep it. And one of the other issues is if the city posts something and you have your city Facebook account set up to where people are able to comment on it, and somebody goes on and starts commenting vulgar and mean things, you can't shut that down. You can either say, we're not, this is informational only, comments are turned off. You allow comments, you have to allow all comments. You can't just say, so-and-so went on there and was just being, the worst language, the worst things that you can think of. You can't then go back and remove those or shut them down. So there's a lot that goes into those types of communications and public records, but we won't get into detail on that, but that's just an example. So ARS 38431 09B it's not a violation if a member of the public body expresses an opinion, discusses an issue with the public at a meeting of the public body, personally through the media or other form of public broadcast communication, or through technology and means, if the opinion or discussion is not principally directed at or directly given to another member, and there's no concerted plan to engage in collective deliberation to take legal action. It's just a lot of legal words, and my recommendation is just avoid making public comments about your opinions that are going to be items for discussion at a future council meeting. That opinions on how you want to vote or what whether you support or don't support something, do that in the public meeting when it comes before you. That's not to say don't have those conversations with the media and stuff like that, but just express these are things that should be discussed in public. And if it's something that if you're talking about something after the council's voted on it, then yeah, you can share why you made that decision, what your thoughts were and stuff like that. Oops. So best practices is essentially don't friend or follow other council members. I know, but especially if you got a quorum of friends, if you've got one or two, and again, these are best practices because it helps avoid, again, so best practices, if you do choose to friend or follow, don't post anything about council, city business. You can, personal stuff that's not city business, events, yeah. So don't comment on their posts if they're posting about city business, Don't create message groups that include the quorum of the council. So you can't direct staff to communicate in violation of the open meeting laws. So you can't tell the city, will you contact so-and-so and tell them that I want to do this or I want to do that. So sanctions that can be imposed, they can be imposed on any person who knowingly aids, agrees to, or attempts to aid another person in violating the law. So it's not just the person that does it. If somebody helps you do it, you get your husband or your wife to do it, you guys can wear the same orange jumpsuit. No. That's the goal. Is they just don't do it. So it's just some meeting etiquette, things that can create perceptions and things, passing notes, even if it's about ordering lunch and stuff, whispering and, sharing stuff that are private, texting each other during meetings and stuff like that.
Is now the meeting's about to start, but we're sitting there. It's okay to communicate between us at that point, is it? Or is it again? Does it give a?
Yeah, as long as you're not all sitting there as a group of 4 or more talking that. But if you want to sit and talk to Councilman Saul and say this is coming up and because you're gonna have that discussion and you're not creating a quorum. So, but if it's before the meeting and you're out mingling and there's 4 of you together and you're expressing your opinion before the meeting, that's before the meeting, before that meeting is gavelled in.
I just go back to the privately using modern technology. So I know you're asking, you're making us aware that it's, it's meeting etiquette not to, it's not a great idea to be using your phone, for example, during a meeting or getting a call during the meeting or texting, my daughter and saying, I'm in a meeting, I'll call you back, that type of thing.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
So
Just
yeah.
because people,
It's a
it's
perception.
perception
Sure.
stuff.
Perception
But
is
I've also
important.
had, council members who are getting texts from somebody who is sharing information about the item that they're talking about. And, so-and-so just
Yeah,
told me that,
okay,
that,
yeah.
that kind of stuff should be happening in the public, so if that person can't attend, then it should be, virtual, or they should send that information beforehand so it can be disseminated to everybody and stuff like that. It's just, that's etiquette. It's not, yeah.
A couple examples, Joe, I'm going to use that we were told back in the days when is if daughters or family members are calling and it is an emergency, that we were told you could step off, go out there, take that phone call.
Yeah.
As long as you're saying, hey, I got an emergency. And or one of the people on their council or board would say, I'm using my phone because I'm using it for information to what I'm doing regarding this topic. Is that permissible?
Yeah, that's permissible. And it's, at this date and age, a lot of councils, everybody's got a computer in front of them. Your agenda, always have my agenda on my iPad, so I'm not printing off hundreds of pages of documents and stuff like that. So that's not an issue. Again, it's just perception, etiquette, understanding, yeah. So, and yeah, if you need to step off the dais, just step off the dais, I drink too much soda. I gotta go leave. When I was sitting up there, I always had a stack of Skittles, Probably shouldn't have been eating Skittles during the meeting, but kept me awake. So social events, we've talked a little bit about this. If it's a big event and you know that you're going to have a council quorum there, it's just courtesy to do a courtesy agenda. Notice there's going to be a parade and there may be a quorum of the council present. Not technically necessary. It's just a best practice kind of thing because, I think, do I have?
There's events, especially like during the holidays and stuff like that, that, we don't, I presume, a lot of events, we're all invited, but we don't know who's going to be present and all that. Do we got to post every event?
No.
Because but then they're
not discussing city
yeah.
business.
Yeah.
And here's some examples. You're going to a child's wedding, your vacation, birthday parties, different things like that. The Diamondbacks game. You're having discussions about those. Those are not city events. You as a group, as a mayor and council, if you wanted to, you could go to a restaurant together and have lunch or dinner together, as long as you don't talk about city business. It is when you talk about the business of the public body is when it becomes a meeting. If you're at an event and, 4 of you are standing there and you're talking about the event and about, stuff that's not public business, oh, here's pictures of my son's wedding, or, those aren't violations. So it is just, it's best practices, and what most cities and clerks and administration will do is, if we know that there is a formal event that's been scheduled and we know that the mayor and council are going to be there, that we just notice it for a potential quorum. And that's all that's on the agenda, just potential quorum, because there's nothing on there that talks about any business or anything like that. It's just a courtesy notice to the public, but it's not a requirement.
So it's just good practice.
Yes.
So since that, when I first came on, there was a 2-day event that we were holding where there was a quorum there, so we should practice posting that there may be a meeting here, but the city business will not be discussed. Something to that effect.
Yeah, I don't know what the event was. If the city's putting on the event, then it should be noted.
It was the event for the border that they were doing. That one that was held at the rec center. Things to that effect. I don't even remember what that was. It's
When posting an event, do we need to post it as like a regular agenda item, like
No, it's just posted.
on the web, at the post office and outside City Hall?
If it's required to be posted, then it has to be posted in the official locations. Normally, even a courtesy posting is typically posted in the normal locations, just because, why go through the process of posting it if you're not going to post it where you normally do it? Sorry, Mayor, your jacket. Sorry.
Yes, I guess my question is like, and I'll go back and use this as an example to diffuse a possible quorum that you might think is not legal. Is it best just like, if there's 4, for one to just say, even though it's a call meeting, like say what brought us here, what would have been the thing that you would have looked at that would have triggered off the thought that it might be an illegal meeting? Would it be that you're closing the doors to the public? That, well, because sometimes you don't know if things were posted, you don't know if minutes are being taken. But for a council member, from the 4 that were there, to me, at that, I would have thought that just not allowing the public to the meeting raises a big red flag.
Yeah, there are certain things that raise flags and their best practices and stuff. And I think I read in the letter where I think the mayor had called the ombudsman's office to try to get advice, because I think at that point you were between city attorneys or something like that. So there were things that were done to try to avoid the determination that it was a violation of the open meeting law. But you know, that's why the training is to bring attention to these issues and to understand what the legal requirements are. You got your legal requirements, and then you got your perception. There's always going to be perception because you're a political body.
But
that's personal between how you want to handle your personal relationship with the community.
no, I want to know now the legal is okay. I would have seen closed doors. I would have said, wait a minute, I don't want to attend. I'm here, but I don't want to be part of this meeting. I can walk out. Say I would have been the fourth member, I could have diffused that. Then now you can do whatever you like because it's only 3 members, it's not a quorum.
Yeah,
So
that's
that
a personal decision. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would.
You have that option anytime.
If any member of those
You don't have
4
to
would have
attend any
left,
meeting that you
except for
don't
the
want
mayor,
to.
of course, he's running the meeting, or he's the one that's called the. But any other of the 3 members could have left at that time, and then it's not a quorum.
Yeah.
Right before the meeting started, when they said we're closing the doors to the public, okay, I'm out of here. I don't want to be part of this. Any member could have said that.
Yes, but I'm not going to presume as to.
No,
whether-
but for future reference.
Yes,
just in
for future,
case,
you
know?
can walk-
I mean, we got to know exactly
If you walk
why we're here.
if you walk into an event and you're like, I see 3 other members there, I'm just going to leave because I don't want there to be a perception. It's
Well, that's up to you. That's your
it's up
choice.
to you.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I'm talking about it.
Same thing with a situation like this, yeah, you leave and if there's not 4 or more, then it's not a quorum. So you can diffuse that situation.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I, okay, thank you. That's, again, I felt we needed to hit on every possibility of an issue that arose from that meeting because that's what brought us here.
Yeah.
And that's why I keep coming back and discussing it. Let's get it clear. So, that's probably, if I would have been the 4th member, that's probably what I've done for the sake of, like you said to me, it would have been at the time perception and, okay, they can always fill me in on what was said, right? Because it's informational, right? Wasn't that supposed?
If it's just informational, again, I don't know
Yeah.
what was,
So I can get the information later.
so.
Okay, thank you.
So public forums, speeches, community events, if a quorum might be, If a quorum might be present when 1 or more council members plans on speaking or discussing things of those in attendance, then you should notice. For example, the mayor's doing the state of the city, putting on a presentation as to what the city's doing and stuff like that. And members of the council are going to be there, should be noticed. The agenda must include a description of the general topic or topics to be discussed. And the city attorney should review the agendas for accuracy, just make sure that it has sufficient information and stuff. Most agendas it's a matter of course. It's something that's understood and known. Communications with the media, don't talk to the media. Don't push it. Yeah. So the open meeting law does not prohibit members from talking with the media regarding matters that may come before the public. So, and that was added specifically to the statute. However, remember, quotes can be taken out of context. Don't believe everything you read. Well, Google said, or there were quotes. So and so said this. But it's great to have a good relationship. And that's important. So the public right when it comes to these meetings, what is the public's right at a council meeting? They have the right to attend. They have the right to listen. They have the right to tape record or videotape. The public does not have a legal right to talk at any meeting. So that is the law. Now, you'd be hard pressed to find a city council that doesn't allow that, because you want to be open, you want to hear from your community and stuff, even when it's frustrating because, you got the same person who comes all the time and makes all the allegations, the same comments, whatever it is. So, and you cannot, people who are just attending the meeting, you can't require them to sign in and identify themselves unless they're making a presentation, or a presentation is also considered call to the public. If they're going to speak, you can have a sign in, say, if you want to speak at the call of the public, please sign this form so the clerk can have it, so then she can call you at the appropriate time to come up and speak. And that's why when somebody comes up to the call of the public, please state your name and address so that we have a record of who was making those statements, because it's part of the just maintaining the proper information and stuff.
Joe, sometimes there's items on the agenda where people first come up to the call to the public, but then there's an item further down the agenda that, can they participate in that discussion also?
Yes, if you have if that agenda item's open for public comment, then yeah, they can talk at the call of the public. They can talk on the agenda item. Most call to the publics are agendized to state, this is a call of the public. You can address matters that are within the city council's purview, but not on the agenda. Because what you want order. If they're going to make a comment about an agenda item, do it at the time where the agenda item is, not at the call of the public. So, but it's the mayor runs and manages the meeting, and if they are there and they just have a short comment on the, and by the way, this agenda item's I think you should do this, or, something like that. It's a balance, but then that's why the call to the public is agendized that way, to encourage that discussions or things that are brought up at the call to the public are not on the agenda. If it's something on the agenda, say, please address this at the agenda item. I've seen situations where you've got an agenda item that's 20 people are here that want to speak on it, but they all sign up for the call to the public. That's when you say, look, this is on the agenda. We're going to have you speak at the time where this is called up on the agenda. So, but again, the public has no legal right to speak or disrupt a meeting. We had a situation last meeting, and when something like that happens, you have reason, yeah. So what you typically would do there is, the mayor would say, look, Mr. So-and-so, your time has expired. Please wrap it up in a few words. And if he is obstinate like that, say, look, this is your first warning. Please wrap it up immediately. This is your second warning. You usually, just give them one or two warnings is what I always recommend. If you don't, I'm going to have you removed from the meeting. You cannot be disruptive. And then at that point, you can ask an officer to escort them out of the meeting. So always very cautious when you get to that point, because, I don't know if anybody heard about what happened in Surprise. You got Surprise, somebody was supposedly being critical about the city attorney, and the mayor asked her to leave, and she didn't, and, she got taken out, and then she got arrested for resisting, and, all kinds of stuff. We try to avoid those situations because I always try to avoid liability. And, if I was a city attorney, I'd be like, you can be as critical of me as you want. I don't care. But, mayors and council, they want to protect staff, and, it's, you're the elected official. You're like, you want to be critical of me, be critical of me because, I'm the elected official, but don't be critical of this or that. But
If a situation like that happens or re-happens, once a person is removed and all that, can you keep them from future meetings, or is it just that one time?
just that meeting.
Okay.
you know, it would, you'd want, if it's a concern, or if there's a safety concern or issue, you know, you can go through the process of getting a restraining order that restrains them. But even at that, especially with council meetings, it's very limited because the community has the right to, you're the elected officials. But yeah, you would ask, if that person then settles down and, you know, comes back and sits in the meeting and doesn't be disruptive, you can potentially let them back. But typically, once they're removed, you know, please leave City Hall. You're no longer allowed to be here. If they continue to, at that point, you know, the officers need to know and understand what their roles and obligations are, because then if they continue to refuse an order of an officer, then they're, you know, creating a crime because they're not doing what they've been directed and lawfully ordered to do. So, you know, most people, you don't run into that situation, but there are certain people that, you know, they want to grandstand, or they want to cause an issue or display or whatever it is. And we try to address those on a case-by-case basis. But again, the mayor is responsible for the meeting and the decorum of the meeting. You would make those two very, you know, clear statements. You know, your time is up. Please be seated. You know, this is your second warning. Your time is up. Please be seated. If you don't stop, I'm going to have you removed from the meeting. So, and then, you know, we can have training with whoever's here on behalf of PD or whoever, you know, have that, okay, this is how we would handle a disruptive individual and stuff. You know, even if they resist, my position is typically, don't charge them, just get them out, you know.
Is it good to warn the people before call to the public that they're limited 3 minutes?
And that's typically in the call the public notice. You know, comments are you know, call the public is limited to 3 minutes. But yeah, they should be given that notice, and it should be uniformly upheld. You know, you shouldn't be giving somebody 10 minutes because you like them, or somebody 3 minutes because you don't like them. You know, and that's what we call a reasonable time and place and manner restriction on their right to, or their talking. You're not even required to do a call to the public.
I was going to say,
But I tell you, if you take it away, then the public complains. They go, oh, why are you trying to shut us up? Why don't you want us to come in and have the opportunity to talk to you and stuff? So, you know, there's the political and there's the legal.
But that's the.
What you're referring to is just call the public on general items. But if there's something on the agenda item, they still have a right to talk about that before the.
No, the only time that they have the right to speak is if it's a hearing, if it's a required hearing. A regular agenda item, the public doesn't have the right to speak.
To speak
at that. Most municipalities allow that. I've got some that, you know, no, it's not agendized, you know, so it'll say council discussion, council action, or it'll say council discussion, input from community, or input from public, council action. You know, but if you publish it for saying, you know, public input, public comment, then you allow it. But if it's not a legal requirement, no. Unless it is a required public hearing, there are certain things that require a public hearing so that people are legally allowed to come in and express their position in favor or against an item. For example, a rezoning requires a public hearing. Then, yes, those individuals are statutorily allowed to come in. The agenda item on a policy on the use of city vehicles, not legally required to allow anybody to comment on that other than the council.
Well, if they raise their hand, the mayor can just ignore
Yeah,
it.
it's, you know, it's up to you how you guys handle that decorum. And there are times where, somebody who's, you want to have a meeting that is organized and goes smoothly. So that's why you say, look, we have sign-up cards. If you want to speak on an agenda item, sign up so we know that, okay, I've got so-and-so who signed up to speak. And you can say, no, if you didn't sign up to speak, I'm not going to allow it. Or the mayor could say, go ahead, you came in late or whatever. So, you want the meeting to be organized, and that's why some municipalities, it just all depends on your municipality and how things are going here. I've got some where you have to sign up to be on the call to the public. I've got some where you don't. It's just, okay, this is a call to the public. Anybody want to come up? But I've got some where, okay, we don't have anybody signed up to talk or to talk at the call to public, so we're moving on to the next item. And you don't even ask. If you don't sign up, then it's, some that have a requirement that, if you want to speak on an agenda item, you fill out a speaker card and state which item or items that you want to speak on. Others, all right, council, we've discussed this. This is notice for public comment. Anybody in the public want to comment on this? So each municipality does it a little different, but the legal law is that there is no legal right to speak other than at a required hearing.
Well, now the question that comes to play is, can the mayor decide whether he'll have calls to the public in one meeting and then next month decide not to have a call to the public? Can you switch around? If you don't like some of the items that the public might talk about, can you just say we're not going to have call to the public?
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, it's a political thing, if you want, the political, feedback from that may not be pleasant. So, but it's not a requirement to have it.
No, but so it's a mayor's call whether there's going to be call to the public or not at that meeting, a regular session.
Normally, yes, because the mayor works with the city clerk and the city manager to put together the agenda. Some municipalities allow for a council member to put an item on the agenda by themselves. Some municipalities allow or require 3 council members to, or 2 or 3 council members to propose an agenda item for the agenda. So it depends on what the municipality has set up for your policies and procedures for that aspect of the agenda. But the mayor, as the mayor, opens and presides over the meeting, and there's certain things where it's as a matter of common courtesy or something. So if I've got the agendas published and item number 4, the person has to leave early, and so the mayor can just say, council, without objection, I'm going to take item 4 right now because so-and-so has to leave. So now if the council under Robert's rules disagrees with something that the mayor has done as procedurally like that, you can say, point of order, I want to take this agenda as it is now in the order that it is, and I make a motion that we proceed according to the numbers. And do you have a second? And if the council as a whole votes to proceed, then you can override the mayor's decision on that. So I'd encourage you, it's a lot, but Robert's Rules of Order is typically, most municipalities follow Robert's Rules of Order unless those policies have been specifically replaced with written policies for that municipality. So, and encourage you to understand and know what those are, and because it's, there's a lot, and it's different for, like the federal Senate and House and stuff. They have somebody there who's a a expert parliamentarian, like, whoa, so-and-so did this, or, there can be very intricate rules and things like that. But for the most part, yes, the mayor controls and manages the meeting and things like that. You can always call out a point of order or something like that.
Which is like what we did during the meeting when we had the ladies from Buffalo Soldiers, and we moved them up because
Yeah, just, they're here, or,
they were on Zoom.
we've got a big group here. You put together the agenda, and number 6 has 50 people here who want to speak on it. And do you want to have to make them sit through the entire meeting to get to that item? Or, so we can accommodate this group, we're going to move this forward. And, that's up to the mayor's discretion as to that. I've got some mayors will just say, I'm going to move this, or, without objection, so it's just, that's how meetings are managed, because you've got a mayor who presides over the meeting. So, because when you've got a meeting of 7 people, you're going to have 7 people presiding over how that meeting is run.
Right. But one of the things that I've noticed, like you said, with going back to parliamentary procedure, it can really drag out a meeting sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
And I've noticed in a lot of other organizations, they've gotten away from Robert's Rules of Order, because after a while, people don't even show up for the meetings because they don't want to be losing time over small details. And that's why I think a lot of, we're looking at Old English law that was centuries ago established. And
Yeah, but you
need order. You need order.
And you want a process to where if someone is doing this, or, you want those in place so that what to do when a certain circumstance comes up. So, yeah, a lot of it is from olden times, and, some of it's been updated and stuff like that. So
that's what I mean. They tweak it, they update it, they get more efficient and more productive. And basically, that's what you want from a meeting. But thank you.
Any more questions?
I just have a quick one.
You used up all your
I did, I know. Talk about procedure,
5
right?
questions.
I know. Okay, I know. No, a quick question. So, I don't know if this is anything to do with the training here, but we have committees. Like we have the hearing board, and we have certain committees, as you well know, that are appointed by the mayor. So the members are. So let's say some of those members are making remarks about one's character, a council member or an employee or whatever have you, that is very damaging to their character, and they're making allegations and so forth. I know they have a right to freedom of speech. I get that. We all do. But how far does a council member, or an employee for that matter, have to tolerate that? And they are part of a committee that was appointed by the mayor. So my question is, does the council and mayor have a right to put it on the agenda to dismiss that specific member of that committee?
Depending on what your code provides.
Okay.
So, for example, I've got codes that say the mayor appoints the members of the various boards and commissions with the consent of council. So the mayor chooses who to say, I want John Doe to be on the Planning and Zoning Commission. Mm-hmm. And then at the meeting, is there a motion to approve the appointment of John Doe? I've got other municipalities where the entire council makes that decision. So then you've got 4 applications that come in for a Planning and Zoning Commission position. And then that individual or those individuals come and they interview with the council as a whole in a meeting. And then the council makes that decision as to who to appoint or remove. So it just depends on what the code says. And I apologize, I don't know what your specific code says. If the mayor appoints and removes, if the mayor has that authority and it's reserved in the code, then that's how it goes. Now, the council can always change that unless it's a charter provision.
Provision, yeah.
If it's a charter provision, then it has to go to the voters to amend the
Yeah,
charter
and
provision.
at that time, the mayor had put this issue that I'm talking about on the agenda, because it was a member that was making these comments about specific people. And it went on and it went on and went on for a couple of years and stuff. They're all documented. But so I looked, it's not a charter provision, but it is at the discretion of the mayor and the council. I mean, so if you can look into that and get back to us, yeah, because I think it's very important. Like you say, we're public officials, we all signed up for this, public criticism and the whole thing. But when we get to our character, when we get to making these attacks that are personal, that it's a different story. We all don't like to be attacked. We're used to being attacked. We signed up for it. But when it gets to our personal character, our families, our children, and so forth, then that's at a different legal level. So I wanted to bring that up because I know we're talking a little bit about that. So if we could just get back to us, what right do we have to dismiss that specific person on that committee?
Typically, again, I'd have to look at what the code specifically says, but that the people who serve on your boards and commissions serve typically at the pleasure of the council. They are there to give council advice and recommendations. And if they're being obstinate or critical and stuff and not being productive, then you have the right to remove them and put somebody there who you think is going to give you the best advice and recommendations. So you want a diverse group because you want to hear from different sides and stuff like that. But yeah, they also have to understand that their free speech is not unlimited when it comes to their appointments. It's same thing with the city manager or city attorney or any position that the council appoints. If I'm sitting here and I'm critical of the mayor and council, I'm not going to be here very long, am I? Because I serve at the pleasure of the mayor and council. So you have that right.
I have a question. What does all the municipalities in the state of Arizona, do they follow Robert's Rules of Order? Is there an exception here in the state or a city or town that does not have the procedure with Robert Rules of Order?
The vast majority, I can't say for sure whether 100% do or don't. Some can have their own very detailed rules and procedures, but typically it's, we have our rules and procedures that work great for Nogales. And and you would typically say, these are our rules and procedures, and then we also follow Robert's rules and procedures unless they've been overwritten or in conflict with our specific rules and procedures. That's normally how it is. Just because you don't want to rewrite the whole process and things about having, these types of formal meetings and stuff. So every municipality can be a little different, but if you've got specific ways that you want to handle how those things are dealt with, then it's up to the mayor and council. Do you guys want to take a quick break before we jump into the next one, or keep going on because it's
Take a five.
You want to wait till the lunch gets here?
keep going until lunch?
If we do lunch this way, we could do lunch this way, here,
Yeah, just let when Judy gets here, she's already on her way.
and then the next one, but we could take a 5-minute break right now
Okay.
and then get started, and then when she brings lunch, we'll just include that in.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
This is,
Thank you for lunch. Now I'm super tired. So we're going to go over some just additional basic standard training that I normally do with regard to conflict of interest, council manager, form of government, interactions between council, staff, different things like that. So basically just to always give a introduction, democracy, it's a form of government where the power is vested in the people, exercised through a system of representation. And it depends on voluntary cooperation of citizens, depends on willingness of citizens to act lawfully, depends on trust in institutions, including local government. And local government, and this is one thing I love about working with municipalities and being at this level of government, is because local government is democracy at its basic level, and it has the greatest impact on the actual day-to-day lives of the residents of the community. And yes, you able to participate in that and see those impacts and actions on a real-time basis. You don't have to wait 10 years for something that the federal government's trying to implement or something like that. So you're dealing directly with your community, your neighbors, your friends. So just a little bit of basics about the council manager form of government. There's different types of forms of municipal governments. You can have a strong mayor government where the mayor is essentially the administrator of the municipality, and then you have a council or different areas of the country, call them different, whether you're a council member or commissioner or here in Arizona, we follow the council manager form of government, which combines political leadership of the elected officials with the managerial experience of a professional government manager. And so this model is used virtually in every local government in Arizona. And when you ask people to kind of compare it, it's comparable to the model used in private sector where you have a board of directors who then oversees a CEO, a chief executive officer, and the executive officers of the corporation. And the officers of the corporation manage the day-to-day operations of the company. So here, your board of directors, you'd have a chairman of the board of directors. Similar here, the mayor is essentially has that role in the council manager form of government as the chairman. The CEO or administration of the company is aligned with your city manager. Your city manager runs the day-to-day operations of the city. So the manager works closely with the mayor to ensure that the policies of the city council as a whole are implemented. That's not to say that he just works with the mayor, but the mayor is the figurehead of the community. Has the same vote as the council, but also has other authorities and obligations and things like that. So, so the coordination is typically between the mayor and manager, and that's not to say that there's a disassociation with the council. The council engages. Every municipality is different on how, and every individual council member is different on how they interact or engage with the city manager. But the city manager is there to implement the policies and goals and objectives of the council. So here's just a quick diagram of the council manager. So at the top of it is the voters. Then you have your elected officials, and then you have your professional manager, and so and then the manager runs, like I said, the day-to-day operations. And most municipalities will have 3 to 4 positions that are appointed directly by the mayor and council: the city manager, the city attorney, the city clerk, and the magistrate judge. Those are typically the 4 positions that the council has direct authority over. There are some municipalities where the clerk falls under the city manager. So it just depends on how that is set up with their code and how their system is set up. Actually, there was, up until recently, they just did a charter amendment. Yuma had, everybody was under the city administrator. The city administrator hired and fired the city attorney, the city clerk, everybody except for the magistrate judge. The municipal court judge was elected, so that didn't even go to the council. The council just appointed and hired and fired the city administrator. Now, they had a consent process for the city attorney where the city administrator hired the city attorney with the consent of the council, kind of like how you do your directors here. But, so that's just to point out some of the differences that different municipalities can tweak that system a little bit, depending on how that municipality wants to do it. So the elected officials, you as the council, you are the legislative body in the council manager form of government. So, and the reason this type of government was formed was to try to avoid the cronyism, influence peddling, secret arrangements, partisan decision-making, hiring based on connections rather than on qualifications. Because in a strong mayor form of government, you had the mayor who hired and fired everybody and ran the day-to-day operations, and and then the council would, he could veto council decisions, stuff kind of like how the president does with the legislature and the governor and things like that. But you had one person, and it was a lot more susceptible to favoritism and things. So under the council manager form of government, it's not perfect, but it tries to avoid those issues where you have an elected body who each one of you have an equal say, a vote. One person doesn't get to decide what does or doesn't happen. And then you oversee a professional city manager who manages those day-to-day operations. And this the goal is that the city manager is responsive to the public and to the council and manages those resources, and they're spent in an effective, efficient manner and responsive to the people of the city.
But if you notice, Joe, many residents don't understand that, they think that the mayor and council are the people running the city.
Yeah.
And all their complaints and come to the mayor and the council, they don't go to the city manager.
Yeah, and that's,
And then if you tell them, you need to talk to the city manager about this, well, that's what we voted for you, so you can fix this problem.
yeah, and part of it is it's education. It's trying, and sitting down and explaining to them is like, yeah, but that's why we have a city manager, because he has to run. We have one person who's in charge of the day-to-day operations and oversees those things. And that's not to say that you guys don't have control over the city manager. You have authority over the city manager. So ultimately, he is responsible to you, and then ultimately responsible to the people through you as you're the representatives. So it is, and it can be. And I've got municipalities where the council, they want to run the day-to-day operations. So there's always those. Every municipality is different. Every member of the council is a little different and stuff. But it's important to understand how the system is supposed to work. It's not a perfect system, but it's a good system, and it works great when you have a council that works together. And that's not to say that everybody is agrees with everything. That's why you have differing opinions and everything, but works together in a professional manner, and then oversees the city in a professional manner, who's managed then by the city manager. So the council, as the elected officials, you're responsible for setting the policies, the goals, the objectives. What do you want accomplished? You set budgets, the tax rates. You oversee planning and zoning decisions when it comes to, do we want this area to be residential? Do we want, so the council has a substantial impact and say over the community with general plans, long and short-term planning. So typically the council will have a strategic plan where you get together as a council and figure out what the council's goals and objectives are as a whole. Because it makes it really difficult for this guy over here to have 7 bosses who all have 7 different ideas and 7 different directions going back and forth, and some of those could conflict. And it's like, okay, who am I responsive to? So it makes it so much easier when you guys get together and say, okay, this is our 5-year plan. And these are what we want to accomplish this year. It also makes it a lot easier than to go back and when you're doing your review for your city manager, how do you know if he did a good job this year? At the beginning of that year, you set out your goals and objectives as to what you want accomplished, and then you have something to measure that off of. You got A, B, C, D, and you missed G, but you got H. So that's the manager council form of government, and then the council receives information from the city manager, who oversees the performance of the city government as a whole. So it gives you information and recommendations. For example, the budget. The budget isn't the manager's budget. The budget is what the manager proposes to the council, and the council oversees that and adopts that and approves it. But that's where that working relationship comes in and says, okay, because the manager doing the day-to-day operations is supposed to know what is needed to run each different area of that organization. So the council is the link to the citizens and the community. You're always going to be there. You are the elected officials. You are going to get the complaints. And whether or not you ask them to, say this needs to be addressed to the city manager, or if you then take it to the city manager and give that contact information to him and have him follow up and do it, there's different ways you can handle it based off of the issue and the person and things like that. And so again, you develop the policy positions and then you delegate those to the manager to carry out. The manager doesn't set or make policy decisions, but is the person primarily responsible for making recommendations to the council. And, this is my recommendation as to how I think this should be done or how this should be done. But ultimately, the council makes that decision, and then the manager carries out the council's decision. The manager's responsible for hiring and firing personnel, for managing city operations within the council-approved budget, for implementing various day-to-day services for the city. Different municipalities have different authorities for the manager when it comes to budgetary. Some municipalities, say, okay, the manager, you have spending authority up to $50,000 as long as it's something that's in the budget. Or you have spending authority for $10,000, and everything over $10,000 has to come to council for approval. It just depends on the municipality and the operations of the city. For a city of good size, say for Phoenix, if that city manager doesn't have spending authority for, if he only has $10,000 of spending authority, your council meetings are going to be super long because you're going to always have all these items for approval. So and that's part of what you're supposed to also do during that budget process is identify those key things in the upcoming year that need to be purchased and acquired and stuff. And, especially when it comes to things like vehicles or, capital improvements, road improvements, different things like that. The manager and city staff, they're there to do the background research, provide that information to council, give you the pros and cons, and the alternatives to these things so that you guys have the information you need to make the best decision you feel is right for your community. The manager serves at the pleasure of council and can be dismissed at any time by a vote of the majority of council. The system is, again, intended to diffuse the political power among all elected officials, so no one individual, whether it be the mayor or a council member, can dictate policies of the city, hire and fire personnel or make changes to the structure. So, and that's where the mayor and council strength is exercised through the will of the voting majority. So all government authority resides in the council as a body of elected officials. The council cannot give direction to staff or direct the hiring or firing of staff, except as in Nogales case, as the charter provides for regarding consent of decisions pertaining to directors. So, other than that, that's why you have a manager. He's responsible. The council should not be going to the manager and saying, I don't like this guy over at Parks and Rec. I don't like him. You need to get rid of him, or this or that. If you're having issues with staff, or people are bringing issues to you because of staff, or someone did this or something like that, it should be referred over to the manager. And ultimately, he's responsible and responsive to you. If he's not doing a good job and doing what you as a council as a whole think is appropriate, that's why he serves at the pleasure. So, and that the hard part, and that's why the city manager position is a very political position, because as you guys know, that the council could change in any given election cycle by 3 individuals or 4 if the mayor's up.
He also serves at the pleasure, but also has a contract with the city.
Yes, but that contract is still provides that he can be fired at any time for any reason. It may require you to pay a severance depending on what you negotiate, but he is always at will. There is never a situation where the majority council cannot terminate a manager.
Same thing with the attorney.
No. Just kidding. No, yeah. No, you cannot fire the attorney. That's. Let me check with legal on that. Yeah, no, that takes 7. No, I know. I just yes. Here, for example, like those 4 positions, with the exception of the magistrate judge is appointed for 2 years. You always, unless it's a matter of a specific legal issue, if he did something, it has to be egregious, because you have to have that separation between the legislative and the judicial branches of government. So you appoint that position, for 2 to 4 years, however long you want to do it. But yes, the city attorney, and here you appoint the clerk, the city clerk, and the city manager are all at the pleasure of the council. And then also normally, like here, your department directors, those executives in the organization, they are also at will. They're not subject to the typical progressive disciplinary policies and things for the basic employees. Now, some cities can tweak that. They can say that, it's up to the city, up to the council, if you want to say that your department directors are subject to the same protections and things as your employees, the same rights for appeal and stuff like that. But that is a council decision as well. Sorry. And so that system sets up so there's not undue pressure and influence on city staff. It's hard enough for one guy to have 7 bosses, but you got a city employee and the mayor told me to do this, and but I've got all these other obligations I've got to do. It's like, okay, what do? I want to keep the mayor happy, or council member so-and-so. So that's why those things are handled by and under the management of the manager. There's also no soliciting of political support from staff. You don't want the mayor and council going office to office. Will you give me $500 for my campaign? It's not appropriate.
Sign my petitions.
Yeah. So
They can sign petitions.
they can sign petitions outside of,
Right.
not during work, on their own time. You can't use any municipal resources towards any type of election for individuals. The mayor's role, he's what we would call the president, the figurehead of the city council, presides over the council meetings. Serves as a spokesperson for the committee. It has those specific duties as prescribed by the charter and the code. We saw, for the first time in a long time, how those additional duties and things come up with COVID and emergency proclamations and things like that. The mayor votes on the council. He facilitates the communication among the council, the meeting, and then works with the manager to set the council agendas. And again, depending on what the code provides or the policy provides, 1, 2, or up to 3 council members can request. Here it's 1, okay. So can request that a matter be put on the agenda, stuff like that. So I have municipalities where at the end of a regular meeting, it'll say future agenda items, to where a council member can say, I want X, Y, and Z, I want this issue brought up at the next council meeting. And in that municipality, then it requires a concurrence of one other council member to say, I concur, I think we need to do that. So that you have organization, and you don't have one council member who has control of or inundates a council meeting with all the stuff that they want to do, that you have that organization for that. You had a question or statement there?
So on here it's 1, but who's the direction of going through normally for it to get put on the agenda? Clerk, manager, city mayor, or all of the above?
So normally the clerk is there to organize and put it together. The clerk normally doesn't have a say on what goes on the agenda. Normally it's the manager and the mayor. And you and the manager should be working together on what
The one
is scheduled.
proposing an agenda item to be put on should send it to all 3 of the above.
So if a council member has an agenda item to put on the agenda, they can either go through you or the manager, and just say, I want this on the next agenda. And then normally in the municipalities I work with, the mayor and manager will meet, whether it's a week before or whatever, to go over what the agenda items are, how it's going to be organized for that meeting, what's going to go first and last and stuff. And once you have that put in place, then that gets sent to the clerk, who then puts it in the formal agenda, makes sure that it's published and stuff. And I've got other municipalities where the clerk sends out emails to all the council and to administrative staff and says, these are the potential agenda items for the next meeting. You have, respond to me, not to all, if you have anything that you want. And then once she has all the potential agenda items, then she goes and puts together a draft agenda and sends that out. And then the mayor and the city attorney, the city manager will look at that and approve the language of it. And typically between the mayor and manager, you have your normal format with, whether you do call the public first and then presentations and then business items and stuff. But when you get into that, what's going to go on a consent agenda or what's going to go on the regular work agenda and what order that goes, that's normally coordinated and discussed between the mayor and the manager. So the council focuses, you got the big picture. You focus on the big picture goals of what you want to see done, and then the manager focuses on those day-to-day operations and implements those goals and objectives. So before we jump into conflicts and that, is there any questions with regard to council manager form of government, So, and part of that is it's, I've seen a lot of, great functioning councils and managers and dysfunctional councils and managers. And, it's all, it all comes back to you as the elected officials and working together and coordinating that. And that's not to say that you don't have differences of opinions and stuff like that. But when you have a council that works good together, that makes it easier to manage one individual, because you've got 7 people here who each one of you have your own ideas and goals and objectives and things that are important to John are different from the mayor and different things like that. That's why it's important to have those plans in place, a strategic plan to where you guys sit together for however long it takes. There's some councils that will do a 2-day retreat every 5 years to get together and go over in detail all the different areas of the city and put together plans, goals, and objectives for those areas of the city. And then you have your 5-year plan. And then you figure out, okay, what's the priority of that plan? How does that, what's first, second, third, fourth? And then that's what guides the manager on what he needs to accomplish in his day-to-day operations of the city. And that can change and be tweaked every couple of years, because if you have a 5-year plan and then year 2 you have 3 new council members who, hey, I've got my own ideas, that's why I ran for council. I want to see this happen or that happen. And then you have another meeting and you tweak and you adjust, and it's a living, breathing document. It's something that but without that, then what do you have? It's like, this is over here, over there, over there. Everyone's got their own thing. Everyone's, manager, I want you to do this. No, but, the mayor wants him to do this. And, it's all discombobulated, and it, makes it really difficult for the government to function. So that's, the importance of the council manager form of government. And I say that, and I notice it's not the council manager attorney form of government. So I'm here to give advice, to help and assist, not to, play referee between differing personalities and opinions and stuff. And we're all adults, and, everybody should be able to sit down and work with each other and, express ideas and positions and things like that. And it's okay to have disagreements. And, I use this as an example because, I think we're seeing a big shift in our society between just being able to civilly disagree and be able to have disagreements without it becoming super personal or just angry. It's like, I look at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court justices are all friends. They all, get along. They have lunches and dinners and things together, but they disagree. And that's why someone is like, well, the attorney said this. Yeah, that's what I believe is the correct thing, but you could get another attorney to say something completely different. You've got 5 attorneys in the room, and you're going to get 10 different opinions. I'll give you 2 different opinions of my own. Like, you said this last time, and that's why that's why we have courts. That's why we have those processes. Same thing here. We work together to try to figure out best means and methods and things. And, if you can't get a Supreme Court to agree and be unanimous, you're definitely not going to get a council to agree and be unanimous on everything and stuff. So it's coming into it with that understanding and knowing that, it is okay to have differing opinions. It's okay to disagree. and it's okay to even have disagreement that are very strong and very, because there are certain things that are super, a lot of things that are a lot more important or personal than, than a vehicle use policy or something like that. So it's working together, and the attorney's here to. I always look at the city attorney position. It's a support position. I'm the janitor. I'm here to clean up, to help facilitate, to give advice so that you guys can make the best decisions possible.
So besides that, kind of in a nutshell, you're telling us to let our city manager work. In other words, don't tie him up from, as give him that space to work to accomplish things before we start being critical or.
Yeah, I mean, you want to give him the goals and objectives. If he's not accomplishing them, you want to have those discussions and things like that.
But make it constructive.
Constructive, yes, and be open and communicate, and that way everybody knows what everybody wants, what your positions are and stuff, and that's why I always try to be just I try to have fun, try to joke and keep things light and stuff, but also be very direct, and where I stand on certain things, and I try to say most people call it nonpartisan, but I call it non-denominational because it's like, I manage, or I work with so many different municipalities. I go from Bisbee to Quartzsite to Miami to Litchfield Park, and I can tell you, the council in Bisbee and their goals and ideas and objectives are completely different from the council in Quartzsite. So it's like, and that's why me personally, I don't go on Facebook and post to anything. I use that to buy cars and parts and Facebook Marketplace, but I try to be respectful of my municipalities, because I don't want to take a position or be vocal about something that, would have an impact or something on one of my municipalities, because each one of them, what they want could be completely different from what they want. It's like, so I have my personal opinions, and, I'll express those to people who ask me and stuff like that. But when it comes to working with the different municipalities and things like that, it's non-denominational. This is my legal advice as to the issue, not to what I think would be appropriate. If I were making that decision, what decision I would make, I don't put that into the mix. I just put, okay, what are the legal issues? What are the potential liabilities? This is what council wants to accomplish. Then let's figure out the best legal way to accomplish it with the least amount of risk.
And I wanted to mention along those lines is that the last citywide strategic plan, don't be shocked, was done in 2019. And for the last, 2 years, I've been asking the city manager, we need to work on that, because we have to have a roadmap. We have to know where we're going. And I'm glad you brought it up. We're thinking alike in those terms, because we have a city manager that's just been here 2 months. I mean, even less probably. And I think it's important that we provide that roadmap. And the last time it was done was under the last mayor, and that was in 2019. It was supposed to be done last year, because I think it was a 5-year, 1921 to 23, 5-year plan. And so we're working on an old plan that's outdated. Like you say, it's a living document. We need to change it. And I've been asking the city manager to do that, so that way the working relationships, like you say, are positive. We're on the same, on the same boat. And so I'm hopeful. I'm glad you brought it up. I'm hopeful that Joel comes from an environment where we can't work without action plans and, strategic plans. And it's just our nature to think, where are we going and where's the rest of these little tugboats? We have to be on the same boat. So I'm glad you brought that up, because if we're going to have, disagreements, it's just the nature, like you say, we all have different minds and so forth. But, there isn't a strategic city plan in place. It's outdated, and we need to really work on that. And now that you mentioned it, I thought maybe it was just, I brought it up to the former, manager, and it was like, so I think we need to also, as a team here, think about that. And I'm so glad you brought it up. And I know that Mr. Kramer thinks in terms of strategic. We have to have a roadmap that includes the community, all the stakeholders involved, because they all have an input in how their taxpayers' money is going to be used. So that's on your to-do list, because we've kind of talked about a strategic plan. It's outdated. And we have a responsibility to put one out there for the people to see what our goals are, and not just our goals, but inclusive of the communities. Thank you for bringing that up.
And if
Appreciate
the
it.
city manager isn't helping facilitate that, I mean, ultimately, that's a council decision. So, if the council wants to do it, the council does it. If the council as a group doesn't want to, at least you have an outdated one. I've got councils that don't have one, not even an outdated one. And it makes it difficult to, when you go to evaluate somebody, it's like, well, I did X, Y, and Z this year, but no, we wanted you to do A, B, and C. And, and every single person had a different thing that they wanted accomplished. And it's like, being pulled in all these different directions and stuff. So that is the goal, is to have those in place. And, even if you have one that's, outdated and stuff, there's probably still stuff on that didn't get accomplished that, can still be worked on as you go that. But, as a council and a mayor, if the manager's not facilitating that, you have that right, put it on as an agenda item so that you can have a conversation at a council meeting. And if you got majority support for it, then you move forward for it. Sometimes you may not get majority support for, either updating it or doing something different. And, that's part of the process.
But also have the general plan should be along with the strategic plan. That's what the voters voted for, the general plan. So there's a lot to be done.
Yes. There's a lot that goes into municipal management. Sorry, you, Jack.
Good. Yeah,
I think the vice mayor keeps.
I know the past city manager was working on, I'm not sure, Joe, where they left it off, but I'll check.
And I'll just add some on this from the last 5 or 6 slides, certainly. I just want to thank each and every one of you. The majority of you are implementing this, certainly. Solo, thank you. Same with, all you guys are coming to me, emailing me, certainly. Just so you know, I gave direction to the directors that they do report to me, that if you do call them and give them direction, they're not probably going to respond, because I told them the proper way would be through me, because again, that way we keep the channels. But it's not happening, very little at all right now. And I'm thanking you for that. And they're thanking you, because it does work well. It certainly is. And you're certainly sending me the emails, and I am forwarding those. As you see, those of you that do that, you see I send it and I CC you. So it is working well in that sense, because this way they see that I'm involved in that decision making, rather than, I don't want to throw rocks about the past or anything to that effect, but if there were directions that way, they're seeing that it's changing. And they're seeing, and they see it. They see that we are working as a council and as a city manager form. So it definitely helps with that. And I want to thank you on that end, because again, I've given that direction. And then our 2 new hires, I told them that I'm your immediate supervisor. You do not take direction from any of the council or mayor as far as giving directions. So it's working. And that's the first step of this. And certainly Councilwoman Montiel and all of you that yes, there is a strategic, I saw that. It is definitely outdated. There has no real work on any of it, as you probably all know, but certainly it's important. I did reaching out, and hopefully within the next 2 months, or if within the next month, if I can get people on board onto my little team that I'm trying to work on, we can move in that direction too, because it's important. Because there are goals for what we should be doing as a city, and certainly some of the what's I've shared with you, those of you that I bring into the, I know, Esther, you probably haven't come into some of the meetings, but you've been in a few, Mr. Doyle, Ms. Parada, Mr. Bohorquez, Ms. Montiel, when we met, we certainly have those meetings, and it's productive. So I'm going to continue trying to do that, 3 of you at a time, because we're not breaking open meeting law with that, but certainly it's important, and they see you there involved too, because I know that a lot of the questions that you have, you can present it to them. So it's been very productive. And I want to thank you on that end for the 2.5 months I've been here. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments before we jump into the fun stuff? So, and remember, can't fire the attorney. It's permanent, lifetime appointment, Supreme Court. That's right.
Full medical benefits?
That's right. All right. Conflicts and ethics. So the residents and businesses in Nogales are entitled to have fair, ethical, accountable local government. A government accountable to the people. Independent, impartial, and fair. We use public office for public good, not for personal gain. You know, the old motto of you need a vote, I need a boat, just doesn't work anymore. Public deliberations, as we talked about in the initial training with the open meeting, you know, open to the public, transparent. So ethics, we don't abuse, no abusive conduct, personal charges, verbal attacks, character motivations, you know, and that's by council members, that's boards, commissions, that's employees. We respectful, ethical. And again, you can disagree, you can vehemently disagree on things and still not get into, you know, those things that are you know, personal attacks, you know, slurs and slanders and things like that. So it's a matter of having that professionalism. Follow the council procedures. You know, I'm going to go through, and you know, one of the first things I like to do is look at the charter, the code, and if the council has council rules and procedures, and look at those so that I can know what each municipality has differences and stuff, so I can know how you guys have your, you know, your processes and things like that. Like, you know, does it take 1 council member or 3 council members to put something on the agenda, or you know, what's the rules and procedures for this? You know, so, but you are the elected officials. You are ultimately, you're responsible and responsive to the community. You keep informed on public issues. You listen to the public and public discussions. You base your decisions, they should be based off of merit rather than the matter at hand. You know, it's that whole, you know, which way is the wind blowing today? If you're making decisions based off of trying to keep the most people happy at the moment, it's super difficult, and it's hard because I have a unique perspective on this because I've sat on that side of the table. I've been an elected council member. I know the political pressures that you're under. So it helps me when I'm giving advice to know what you guys are going through, because I know what it's like to get that criticism. And I know what it's like to try to, you know, answer questions. And you're never going, anything that you, very rarely are you ever going to make a decision that's going to make everybody happy. You're always going to have somebody who's not happy about a decision that you make. And who are the ones that come to the council meetings? the happy people come to the council meetings and tell you what a great job you're doing, aren't they? You know, those are the people that, no, it's the ones that are, it's the ones that are not happy. So and you take that into, you need to take that into consideration with understanding things, that the people who are happy and content, they don't show up to council meetings and tell you what a good job you're doing. They are happy and content, and they don't show up. It's when something happens that causes an issue, or they're not happy about something, then that's what you hear. So a lot of times it can come across as, oh, we're always hearing the negative, always hearing the negative. But put that in perspective as to look at how many people don't reach out to you. So, and try to do and make the decision that you believe is in the best interest of the community, as opposed to, what's going to make the most people happy. And be careful of your comments. I remember there was one council meeting, we were having a discussion on our bus system, and it was running $700,000 in the red, and it was all being funded by the federal government. And we had ridership of like 24 people, and we were doing routes from Maricopa into ASU and into downtown. And I like to have fun and, have jokes. And I made the off the cuff comment, well, they just don't want to pay for their own gas to drive from Maricopa to downtown. And that was in the front page of the local paper. And, it's like, there's a picture of Councilman Estes with his arm raised and sweaty armpit. And, so I've been through all of that. I know those frustrations, and, so I'm able to look at and help give the advice, hopefully in a way that you guys can appreciate and can understand, and helps you do your job as best as possible. So we'll go briefly and just do a quick primer on conflict of interest, which is that, you don't use your official position to influence decisions where you have a financial interest or what's designated as a legal conflict of interest. Typically, a conflict of interest is where you have a financial pecuniary interest, and that's you or a family member, and that's typically defined as grandpa, siblings, children. So that's why you also do your annual financial disclosure. We're not supposed to use our public offices for personal gain, although we look at the U.S. Congress and see how many congressmen go in as a regular citizen and come out as a millionaire after they invest in a lot of stuff. So, that's, we're here to help. We're here to make our communities better. It shouldn't be for personal gain. Respect confidentiality of information. We've gone through that. You don't use that for your personal advantage. Gifts and bribes. You don't use your official position to secure and accept any valuable thing or benefit that wouldn't ordinarily accrue in the performance of your official duties. And I've had it to the point where I've had a council member who's like, well, so-and-so donated these books to the mayor and council. They're worth they sell for $17. Is that okay to accept that? And it's like, it's a de minimis thing. It's like but if somebody's spending hundreds of dollars or taking you on trips, you have to use your judgment there, because ultimately you're responsible if it's found that you have violated those ethical obligations. So essentially, it's you don't take anything that wouldn't normally occur in the performance of your official duties. And I always say, avoid even the appearance of an impropriety. Avoid the appearance of a conflict of interest. You don't use city stationary resources to promote personal interests, and explicitly state when you're expressing a personal decision. if you're talking about council or city matters, you should be expressing what the group's decision is, even if it's different from your opinion. Once the council decides on something, that becomes, the official position of the city. And then, although you may disagree with it, then we all get behind it, and that is the official position of the city until it changes. So, just always try to avoid that appearance. When I was on the council, I always tried to look at things and say, am I able to make a decision on this item without any bias? If I had a matter come before council that had something to do with my church, I would recuse myself, not because I had a legal conflict, but because I don't think I'm going to be unbiased. I definitely, want this to go through and stuff. So, and especially if I'm recusing myself, there's still 6 people to vote. Now, if I recuse myself and it wouldn't be able to go for a vote or something like that, then I would consider each circumstance, but try to avoid even that appearance, just because it sets a great example to the community. 3 questions to identify if you got a conflict. Will my decision have a positive or negative impact on my interest or that of my relatives? Is this going to financially benefit me or my relatives? Do I have a monetary or ownership interest in that matter? And then, is my interest other than one of the designated remote interests? So the statutes list what interests they consider remote that aren't legal conflicts. You could still consider them an appearance, but for legal purposes, it's not a conflict. We'll go through some of those here in a second. So again, how do I know if I have a conflict? Determine if you or a relative has a pecuniary interest. Do you or a relative stand to gain or lose something of value from that decision? Relatives are defined as a spouse, child's child, parent, grandparent, brother or sister of the whole or half, and their spouses, and the parent, brother, sister, and child of a spouse. So it doesn't get it. That's my third cousin twice removed, and it's those immediate family members, because that's where they, when these laws were made, that's where they felt like those would have the most potential for abuse if you were going to be able to do that. So that means get to know the business interests of your relatives if they live here. There's some people who, I'm related to half the community, or some people like, I just moved here, I don't know, I'm not related to anybody. So it can be super simple or it can be more difficult, but it's your obligation to know. And when in doubt, ask. If you've got a question of a family member, are you involved in this, or do you going to make a profit or a commission off of this or something like that? So remote interests. So we'll go over some of the most important standard exceptions. Non-salary officer of a nonprofit corporation. So I think like one of the questions has come up, Chamber of Commerce. If it's a nonprofit corporation, Chamber of Commerce, you're a board member on the Chamber of Commerce, you're not getting a salary from that. Or do you have to recuse yourself if the city is voting on providing funding to them? Legally, no, because it's a remote interest. You're not getting a financial benefit from that. Even though you're part of that organization and you're an officer of that organization, but you're a non-salaried officer. You're not getting a financial gain because of that. So some people may look at it and say, well, I don't think you should do it. That then becomes a personal decision as to the appearance issue. And but legally it's a remote interest that doesn't create a legal conflict. Landlord tenant of a contracting party. Attorney of a contracting party. Member of a nonprofit corporation marketing association. Chamber type thing. ownership of less than 3% of shares of a corporation. So, you got a corporation's coming in and doing something in front of the city. If you're half owner, yeah, you got a conflict. If you got 3% or less, no, because they look at it's like you're not going to, your decisions shouldn't be impacted by because you're not going to have a financial benefit or gain from that. Reimbursements for expenses incurred in your official duties. That's not a conflict to get reimbursed. Recipient of public services provided by the city to others. If you receive public services or assistance, just like other people would receive those, that would be a conflict. Members of a class of 10 or more persons. For example, if you were making a decision that had a direct impact on your property and only your property or you're in your neighbor's property, that'd be a conflict. But if you're making a decision that had an impact on a neighborhood of 20 properties, you're a member of a class of less of 10 or more persons. So, they look at the more people involved because essentially every decision you make has an impact on your life because you live here, right? So it gets to the point where at what point do they legally consider it diluted enough to where it's not a legal conflict? So those are the key ones. When in doubt, you can always ask. If you've got a situation, something's coming up on a council agenda or something, just reach out and ask. It's super simple. And the way it normally should work is if you have a legal conflict, then the clerk should have a conflict declaration form where you put it on the official records of the city. This matter is going before the council on this date. I have a conflict because I own half of the business, and that's on file with the clerk. And then when that matter comes up during the council meeting, normally what would be etiquette and protocol would be before the meeting, say, Mayor, I'm going to declare a conflict on item B, just so you know when you get to that. So when you call it, just know I'm going to declare a conflict. So then he can read it off and then pause to give you that opportunity. And then you would say, I've got a conflict of interest on this item because I own 50% of the business. And then you come off of the dais and step down. So you're not up there and, you don't just push your chair back and not vote, but you want to come off of the dais so that it's clear you're not there as part of that decision-making board. So, you do not take part of those discussions. You don't, if it's a conflict on something that's an executive session, you don't participate in the executive session, and you wouldn't be entitled to review those minutes if you had that conflict as well. And again, you make the interest known in the public records and complete the disclosure form. And that disclosure form should be for every employee. This isn't just for council members. Employees have to understand and know that an employee could have a conflict of interest. And if they do, it needs to be disclosed. So public perception and appearances of conflict. If there's a sufficient appearance of a connection that your continued participation would harm your credibility or that of the board or the city. Those are questions that you should ask yourself. Again, that becomes a personal decision. It's not a, go ask Joe legal issue. It's, that I don't have a legal conflict, so then it's up to you as to how you want to handle that. That's you and your relationship with your constituency, with your voters. Is that accusation or that issue reasonable and grounded? Is somebody's making that accusation against you? Do they have something to gain because they want you out of that decision? There's a whole bunch of things to think about and consider when it comes to perception and appearances. What happens if I violate the conflict of interest laws? You're fired. No. Contracts are voidable, not void, voidable. There could be civil suits, and the city wouldn't be responsible for paying your legal fees in those civil suits. The court may award reasonable attorney's fees to the prevailing party. There are certain circumstances where it is a crime. It is a class 6 felony for intentional and knowing violations of the conflict laws. It's a misdemeanor for reckless or negligent violation of the conflict laws. So there are important things to know and understand. And if you're found guilty, not just criminally charged, but you could be required to forfeit your public office. All of that for $50 a month, right? It's worth it, right? That's why we're here to serve. It's a service calling. Representing official city positions. Again, restrictions on use of title. Be aware when I am council member Estes. Am I doing that because I want people to know I'm a council member? I'm doing that because I want to, have a little bit of pride over that. Yeah, it's nice because people voted for me, elected me. But you have to have that humility too, and use that title when appropriate. I don't go around requiring everybody to call me Joe Esquire. Your honorable attorney. I joke with family members that are. I got a brother who's a PhD, so he goes around as Dr. Estes. He does medical research and stuff, and I'm like, I got a Juris Doctorate. If I'm going to make a reservation at a restaurant, I'm calling, this is Dr. Estes, I'm not doing that. I'm like, this is Joe. So all official city correspondence should reflect council adopted positions. So if it's an official correspondence, it should be the council adopted position. When speaking on a matter to another agency, indicate, this is what the council has decided. Indicate when giving a personal opinion that is different from the official position. It is, so but that's, something to just keep in mind, because the newspaper is going to hound you. I tell you, she wants to twist that. I know. She's so nice. And that's a great part of having somebody who's nice. I've been on the other side of that, the not so nice side, where I had the editor of the local paper didn't like me, and so she made it clear that she didn't like me. It is, you get a very thick skin really quick when it's like, oh gosh, she's writing against me again. It's like, and it's easy to accept criticism when you know you're doing the right thing and stuff. Just remember, people are always going to be critical no matter what you do. So that's the representative. Now we get to the really bad stuff. Bribery. You do not ask for or receive gratuity for an official act. That is a class 4 felony. That's I need a vote. I want a boat. It's not in my name, but I get to use it. It's at my house all the time. It's just not appropriate. No extortion, unfortunately. No obtaining or seeking property or services by threat. That's what attorneys do. It's called legal extortion. It's called lawsuits. No. No trading public office. You don't accept a benefit for appointing somebody to an office or making a decision. That's a class 6 felony. So it's key to know these things and understand them, because individually, you're responsible, you're liable. It's not it's not something that they would be able to sue the city on necessarily, but you would be personally liable. And pay your own lawyer. And pay your own fees. Yeah. And if you want a good lawyer, you're going to have to. Criminal lawyers are. I'm not a criminal lawyer. So no sale of your public office, no receipt of gratuity or, again, appointing somebody, no receipt of extra compensation or services for what you have, no acceptance of gifts from lobbyists to influence legislation. It's unfortunate, but it happens. You don't appoint your relatives to paid positions. You don't want your son's not the city manager. I saw the mayor messing with that one earlier. I think he took your batteries.
Yeah, okay. Now I forgot my question. No. Does this apply only to elected officials or staff and?
The city typically will have a policy, a nepotism policy. It's not to say that you can't have relatives working for the city, but the basic legal aspect you look at is you don't have relatives who supervise or report to one another. For example, if I'm the city attorney, I could be married to the female city manager, or to a clerk, somebody that doesn't report to me. If I'm a department director, if I'm the public works director, I could be married or have a relationship with someone who works in Parks and Rec, a completely different department. But you cannot have the public works director being married to or have a relationship with a subordinate.
Well, like say you have a director that hires people that are related to that.
Well, here the city manager makes the ultimate hiring decisions.
But he does it mostly for directors, right? Or not, maybe hire staff, but for regular employees.
No, for all employees.
For all employees.
Yeah.
Oh,
The ultimate say is the city manager. Now, he may delegate and say, okay, public works director, if you've got to hire somebody who does, lawn maintenance or whatever, because it's not it's an entry level position or something. And, he would ultimately sign off on an approval, but no, you wouldn't hire your.
so where's the council coming? Like, we had set policy about 10 years ago about nepotism laws and not having people, too many relatives working for the city, because that doesn't give an opportunity to the rest of the members of the community to apply, because there was a habit of everybody in the city that's in control or power were pulling in their relatives using influences that, whether it was through HR or the I guess, like you said, the city manager or somebody up there close to the city manager. And so we put those in place, but I was out of office and now I think that they're back to it. In other words, they're not following the policy. Who's supposed to enforce those policies?
The mayor and council.
So we can bring them back up again, especially if they're in policy set up. Okay, thank you.
So, ultimately, you guys are responsible for the policies of the city. So, if you see something like that, address it to the manager. If it doesn't get handled, you bring it before the council. But yeah, you may have a situation where you have a relative or somebody who works for the city who is paid, but you're not, you declare a conflict. You're not a part of that decision. I've had municipalities, when I was a city attorney in Page, very remote, nearest other city was 2.5 hours away. So yeah, you're going to have employees that worked for the city that were related to a council member, but that council member had no say in that hiring or firing. And if it came to, for example, if there was a vote to, if there was a vote to approve pay raises for that department and it would impact your relative, you recuse yourself, you declare a conflict. But yeah, typically almost every municipality will have a nepotism policy, and that just, if you are if it's a position where the mayor, I think here, the mayor appoints everybody to the boards and commissions, you wouldn't be appointing your own relatives and things like that. So when you're in that position, you don't do that. So. See, that one's.
Yeah.
I know. No questions. So,
We never run out.
So on the council and all that, with the verbals and all that, what are the, says we shouldn't.
what are the repercussions if you do?
Repercussions if we do?
Frustration, anger, bitterness. I legally I can't do anything about it. What if it's brought to my attention? My goal would be to try to get those individuals together to figure out and try to work out differences and stuff. But unfortunately, there are times where those personality conflicts are just so great that you don't work together, and that it causes frustration, it causes division, it makes it harder for the city to function. So you try to overcome those. So and sometimes it's tough. I'll share a personal experience with you. When I was on the city council in Maricopa, I had recall papers pulled against me because, like I said, the editor of the local paper didn't like me, and I was an attorney, and I was representing a developer who was working on putting together a charter school. So there were, I was interacting with city staff as a representative of my client for those things, and there were people who said, well, you shouldn't be doing business with the city because you're on the council or this, that. Well, you're in a small city, you're going to end up having those. And that's why when I would schedule those meetings, I scheduled those meetings. I signed in just like anybody from the public. I didn't use my badge to go around back and come in the back door or whatever. I was very cautious and clear as to when I was a council, and it can be confusing for some staff because, well, he's here for his client, but I know he's a council member. So, and that's why I try, when I had those interactions with staff, it was like, hey, you don't treat me any different than you treat anybody else who would be coming in here asking or applying for this and stuff. So I did. I went through it. And at the time, based off of, because Maricopa exploded. I was elected in 2005, and when I think they were trying to do the recall was either in 2008 or 9, and they needed 54 signatures out of 9,000 registered voters to have a recall election. So when they came in and pulled the petition and the packet, I was like, oh, well, we're going to have a recall election. And, they got 4 months, I think it's 120 days to get signatures. And they were at every council meeting trying to get signatures of people going in. I was like, I'm not signing that. I was like, I should, but no. They were at the fries, at the back, it was so for 4 months. And then they turned in the petitions and there were 54 signatures on them, but 12 of them were invalid. A couple of them were signed twice. And, so I didn't have to go through a recall election. And I was, super grateful over that because, it kind of showed you that you do something, you're doing what's right. People know. they couldn't even get 54 signatures, which I thought, I was like, I could probably find 54 people that don't like me. But I probably found more than that. I was like, wait a second, why is my ex-wife's name on there? Twice,
yeah.
you know. But the funny part about that is, you know, that Nancy Smith, who's now the mayor in Maricopa, she signed that recall way back then. You know, I get along great with her, and I really I don't hold any animosity towards anybody who signed, you know, anything like that. So it can be tough because while you're in the midst of that, yeah, I was super frustrated. I had one of my oldest son was in high school at the time. One of his teachers, you know, thinking he was funny, kept referring to him as the recall kid, you know? And I was like, that's your kid. So it can get personal, but you try to avoid that and try to be professional, try to be open and honest and, you know, explain why you have your differing opinions. And there are certain things you're never going to agree on. And just try to understand that and try to get past that impasse. But again, you know, I'll do what I can to talk to you, but I'm not here to be a referee but when they say your attorneys are also counselors, it's not just counseling on the law. You know, I try to give advice on every aspect that I think would be helpful. And I've had council members say, you know, that you're out of your lane on that one, Joe. You know, that's our area. And I'm like, that's fine. You tell me if I step over something or if I do something, you know, that you have that conversation with me. And that's why I try to have relationships that are open, so you feel like you're able to do that, you know, and hopefully you guys, as you work together as a council, will be able to have that type of relationship with each other too, that you're able to have that kind of open communication and discussion with each other. Because, you know, I'm new. You know, that's a nice thing about being new and not knowing any history or anything. You know, I don't know who's related to whose ex-wife is who or ex-husband is who. And, you know, I'll tell you where my ex-wife is. So, but no, and even at that, she and I get along. She's the executive assistant for one of the Pinal County supervisors. So, which was kind of funny because when I moved back from the Valley from my job in the city attorney's office in Yuma, the firm I was at, we did conflict work for the Pinal County supervisors. So if they had a zoning case or something, we would come in and represent the supervisors because the county attorney would represent the county on enforcing the zoning matter. And I was like, I get to go represent her boss. You know, I was like, I'm your boss's attorney today, so you better watch out. So any questions on anything that we've talked about so far this morning, or, you know, again, you know, I always try to be available at any time. You know, if you don't already have it, you know, I make sure that everybody has my cell phone number available. I think I'll get back, one last funny story when I was on the council. I was like, you know, people complain, people say this or that, you know, but rarely do people put things in action. And so I was like, you know what? You want my cell phone number? This is my cell phone number. And I gave it at the council meeting. You know, you call me not a single person called me. You know, it's like, so, but yeah, I am, you know, here to assist and help and, you know, available for questions from everybody, even the media. Yes, write it in. I'll put it on the record. My cell phone is 480-993-6262. So 480 Big Stud. No, that's. I have to figure out what the letters are, but no. 993-6262.
Since it's on the record, that is just for council. No directors or staff.
That's good point. Thank you.
Those will probably come up as spam anyways, and they'll go through, yes.
Then they go to legal. Then Kramer goes to legal.
Yes,
Right.
yeah, yep.
All good for council.
So,
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. So that concludes our presentations and our training and everything.
yes, you are official. You're no longer in trouble with the.
8G.
So
Okay.
I will prepare and make sure we get the appropriate notice to the Attorney General's office that we've conducted the training and
Okay.
everybody understood it, and it will never, ever happen again.
I appreciate it.
At least
you.
not till next year.
So we move to item 5, discussion item. A, discussion and possible action, possible direction. The city council will discuss the existing vehicle use policy and provide direction on any requests, updates, or changes. Kramer?
Yes, this was requested by, I can say, several council members. I know that next time I will make sure I list names when you request this, but several council members brought this up. I attached, and you got a copy, correct? And we'll give a copy to Jose. But this is a template, so to speak, but it is an official copy that another entity uses. I'm not somewhat familiar with that entity. I'll just say that if you know what I'm saying. It was created, I believe, by a risk company called FM Global. And this is a policy is currently in use. I just tweaked it and used, yes, this one that is currently in use. I just added or changed and put it to, so it'd be local for us. But it is pretty basic, but not basic enough to where it does cover a lot of areas that we should be concerned. And then also this pre and post inspection, that is done prior to at every place that I've worked at, any entity, which would have been Nogales Unified. Obviously Santa Cruz Unified, I didn't work there, but it was there. I know the city of Tucson and Pima County use these when vehicles are being used. Other than when the vehicles are assigned to like the county manager, superintendents, things to that effect. When they have vehicles where they're taking them home, but anybody else are doing these when they are going out on official business, which makes sense because sometimes, especially if we're using cars from fleet in a pool, you want to make sure you walk around that car and do an inspection. That way you're not credited, not that I'm just using you so because you're on my left and right here. You're doing that and you're going, what the heck? You take a picture of it or whatever, you do that on this sheet. And by the way, I got this from the state of Arizona. So this is what the state of Arizona actually does use for their vehicles. Again, as I learned from the attorneys, you certainly grab from what you can for any public entity and you can make it your own. And it's certainly that way. But anyway, going back to you, if all those walking around that vehicle, and I'm not saying you did it, but you see a ding on it, you're going to put it on your report. And actually, now that we have cameras, you take a picture of that. And then you bring it back to fleet and say, hey, wait a minute, this was on there. Who was the person did they report it? Now, if they didn't report it, then you've got a concern. I'm just saying that because I've seen that happen as well. But this is a good form to use. It certainly protects you as the driver of those vehicles. And it protects the city. I'm kind of working my way back. Now, with that said, all of these pages in here, again, this can be a template. I didn't say we're going to approve this and everything else. I certainly want you to look at it, get feedback, but then we can certainly bring it back for discussion. I gave you a copy as well, so certainly Joe can put his 5-10 cents in. Right, one some of us is just 1 cent, but you get 5 or 10 cents on this one, certainly, because it is a policy that's in place. It was created by a national insurance trust. FM Global is well known, so it is a good document that could be utilized for us. Granted, I know we had something from 2013. I think Ms. Montiel and Mr. I think you talked about it, but our last city council member were referring to that in our last discussion regarding that. Yes, thank you. Octavio. It is.
It'd be helpful if not everybody has a copy of that one, if you,
I've given everybody a copy.
everybody has a copy.
Everybody's got a copy. I made sure we got 9 copies. So with that said, I know it's a discussion, maybe a possible action item, but I am bringing that forward. It doesn't have to be an action, and we can certainly table this with further discussion to get feedback for it, but it's certainly important to get something going. I did meet with our fleet of Mr. Alfonso Lopez. We have a program that we're spending $30,000 right now, every year, regarding all of our fleet vehicles. I brought him in because I know it's fairly easy to use, but nevertheless, I told him I want it backed with all vehicles, whoever's driving them, with names. So what we just have, it says Parks and Rec, and then it could be anybody driving it. Nobody was assigned to any of the vehicles. So I said, I want names to all those vehicles so we can start seeing it, because I know there are incoming directors, fire chief and/or Parks and Recs, who probably possibly are going to see and maintain and see what's going on. Because you can see their path throughout the day. You can see that one of them was parked for 15 minutes. You can see that one of them was parked at IHOP for 45 minutes. You can see their usage of fuel idling. And you can get that by department. And we looked at it, and I think one department for the month of December had $1,200 in idling.
But that was police department. They all idle.
And with that said, that's a good point, though. Police and fire department, obviously, we're not going to have them on idling or anything to that effect, because it's not necessary. Right, fire department and police department are.
Do you follow up on things like that?
I just got into this, Mr. Doyle. I just was reaching into this, and again, remember what I said, that we have 22 other programs that we are paying for? That was my first one. So with that said, I'm going to look into this even further, but I will get that program involved in this as well. But I know our directors need to be involved in this, and we need to follow through with this, because it's certainly important for us as a city for liability purposes. When you have your major liability companies doing this, because they're doing it for a reason. So with that said, this is what I created from them. Again, I pretty much, again, verbatim. It is what the wording is pretty accurate. Again, I put it right to the city of Nogales. Everything in here is about regarding driver's license. And actually, I created it, set a committee, because if somebody gets in an accident, we're supposed to have a follow-up of defensive driving course, anything to that effect. We have that available through our own risk company. We don't utilize them enough. Southwest, I think it's Southwest Risk. Yes, Risk Pool, thank you. And we can certainly utilize their technologies, their videos for onboarding, for all that. Again, that's what I want to bring in, that safety person that you approved, so we can get this person involved, overseeing this as well. Granted, I'm doing this, but that person would be in charge of working with the departments, because it would fall into that risk management type position that we've created. So with that said, this is what I brought forward, and I know that with GPS, we certainly want to utilize that. I believe it's $250 for each vehicle, that one cost to install it. And I believe there is speeding, and there is, again, of course, idling. I can get you the reports. Once we get into that, you'll be able to see it by department. You do see it by year. We'll be able to, again, see the paths, what they take. If directors were following it, they could see that, hey, why are you going over there? Why'd you go all the way over there when you only had to go over there? What were you doing over there parked for 15 minutes? And yes, that's what we and I chatted about that, because and I know all of you get phone calls. I know you do. You know, when I first started, they didn't know my car. And I was behind somebody that was parked for 20 minutes. So it's important, because, again, the taxpayers are seeing it, the idling and everything to that effect. So that's what I'm bringing forward to you, and I'll turn it over.
I have a question, Mr. Kramer.
Yes.
Right now that you're referring to the cost of the GPS and whatever rates were charged during monthly, so this is done by that company, or is it done by in-house fleet?
We would put the GPS in, which would accommodate to the program that we're using.
I have a question. Do all of the vehicles in the city have a GPS on them now?
No. No.
Okay. And if the vehicles are not assigned, would this form be kind of like a dispatch form so they know who's signing out the vehicle?
It certainly would work when, especially if you're assigning a vehicle to one person, you may not, but you may want to just have them do a thorough checks on this. You know, the only person, again, as I said, that this doesn't fall upon and the entities are the ones that are assigned the take-home vehicles, such as your higher up. Again, I'm going with the city of Tucson. I don't know who on there, but certainly in the county management side, there was a few or maybe 4. That's it. Directors, they left their vehicles. They didn't take them home. They didn't take them home. Maybe the person that was on call, but they had a rotation of on call. If they were on call, they were allowed to take the vehicle. If they're not on call, and if they're just taking it home and then going back to work the next day, they park the vehicle at the county complex or the city complex or wherever they are.
And that's totally up to you guys how you want to have that for Nogales. You know, that's typical standard. You know, there are some that, you know, say we want these vehicles available to be home, because if you see a city vehicle in a neighborhood, it kind of helps reduce with crime, just like you see a cop car in the neighborhood. So, although here it may attract some damage. Yeah. You know, and that's why it's, you know, when I told somebody I had a black Ford police Interceptor that was a former cop car, and that was the risk. It's like, you know, if somebody thinks you're a cop, they may come by and key it at night or, you know, do something. But, you know, there's certain reasons why you'd say, okay, you can have policies where you have that take-home vehicle depending on what you want to do. But again, that's a council decision. You'd look at, okay, what kind of cost would be incurred by that as that person. You know, a lot of times it's like, okay, you can have the take-home vehicle as long as you live within, you know, 10 or 15 miles of the location. You know, so you're not putting excessive miles or use of gas and stuff for that vehicle. But then it also becomes a benefit for the individual who has access to it. So you can use that also as part of the compensation package and things like that. As you know, we're going to bring you on. You're going to be a department director. You're going to have use of a city vehicle. You know, this is the policy, and then, you know, they know that going forward.
But that's what my question is, why would a director take it like his own personal vehicle if they're not on call, if they're not on duty on weekends? Why would they be using it daily for their personal use? I want a city vehicle if that's going to be the case.
Oh, I think everybody would
sense.
want. I think it's human nature. You all want it, but it's part of. There are certain senses, even if, you know, if you're a department director, public works director, or something, you know, he may have employees that are on call, but if you have something that happens at night, you know, some type of emergency, there's a big accident or something happens, and he's, you know, got to get out and help do, you know, work with PD and do cleanup or traffic control and stuff, and has, you know, that available, you know.
But it would
Just
take what-
depends on the department individual, and that's where you look to your city manager for recommendations. But ultimately, that policy is what you as a council approve.
I've had 2 directors tell me that they just park the vehicles. They don't take them home. They use them during the workday. They'll go and do what they need to do, be it come here for whatever, go out. But they said they park their vehicles. They don't take them home. Now, I haven't got full discretion because, again, I don't know the vehicles, so I don't know where they're going afterwards, but I will certainly look into that. And again, I'm working with Mr. Lopez on regarding getting the vehicles assigned and exactly know. Then getting with the directors on each department and say, okay, what are we doing from here? Who's wanting to take home? Are they on call? What I'm going to tell you as a council, if they're not on call, they're going to be parked. That's going to be my directive. Because it doesn't make sense to, if Pima County, people that are living 20, 30 miles away from places, like the director and whatever, he lives on Valencia West, you know how congested that can get? That person does not take a vehicle home because he's got a telephone and he's got people on call.
So I think, thank you for putting this up, but basically look into it, give us a estimated cost and, what vehicles you would put a GPS, would it be 100%? Would it be,
I think all vehicles have it now. Everyone that needs it has it. The only vehicles that do not have it right now are the white truck that I've used twice, 3 times, and the red truck.
Oh, you just said they didn't. Didn't you ask if they had GPS?
Yes,
You-
just the white truck and the red truck.
Oh, I thought you answered no. Oh,
Yeah, and
Okay.
all of them are the
Okay.
red truck. The red truck and the white truck do not have GPS.
okay. And just, it's basically looking at what your suggestion is on how we go about it. And, so they all have GPS. We don't need the $250 investment.
Unless council wants to instruct me to put one on the white truck and the red truck.
Okay.
It should all have.
No, I just went with what you just said. Okay.
Yeah,
No, I thought I was making numbers of how many vehicles we have and putting GPS on all of them. So,
So the cost is already there because all of them have it.
Correct.
So I have a question on, so this is the existing policy.
That's the policy that
So that's
Yes.
the existing policy of 2013. So you're giving us a statement.
that statement was just, like, again, I was using it as a template.
Are we here today to tweak the existing policy?
And or look at this, what this policy is in use for another municipality. This is yes, where it says statement. This is their current one. And the other I believe you have a copy of the other one from 2013?
Yeah, there's here.
Yeah, I think what he's saying is that this is what you currently have, the 2013, this is what he's recommending.
What I'm
That you
recommending,
replace it with the new policy.
correct. And we can certainly, and what I can do, and again, I wanted to give you the information. You can give me direction from using 2013 and what I gave with the statement. I can certainly get the two together and bring them back for the next council meeting for you guys to look at and approve.
And then
I'm sorry, at that time, you want a motion from us to add the GPS to the rest of the vehicles that don't have it, or is that going to be taken care of?
Well, that could be, there is a discussion action here for that, certainly. Other than the 2 vehicles.
So,
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that all vehicles have the GPS.
Second.
Any discussion? I think we discussed it pretty much.
okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, and the second one was that I had 2 questions from 2 council members. That's the second part of this, is what you guys decided or what the last attorney had recommended and for the mayor use of a vehicle that wasn't budgeted under your guys's or mayor council budget. I did want to say that I didn't, and you brought that up from the November meeting. And I want to make sure that on there, because it stated that I was in agreement. Well, I did send an email on the October 30th, and I'll read it verbatim. Subject transfer of red Chevy Silverado to mayor's budget. I'd like to inform you that the red Chevy Silverado will be moved to the mayor's budget. The decision aligns with the ongoing efforts to optimize vehicle allocation within the fleet management strategy and fiscal management. Please ensure that all necessary adjustments are made in the financial records and that the vehicle's status is updated accordingly. If you have any questions, please discuss with me. Thank you, Joel. And I sent that to our fleet manager and our chief financial officer. Our chief financial officer replied 45 minutes later, I have attached the current mayor budget to this email. Suggest we do a budget transfer, general supplies, fuels, oil to the vehicle insurance. Mr. Maldonado, if you would prefer using a different line item, you can do whatever you wish. That doesn't mean that I was supporting it. I was just saying that I was following protocol, so I did not have that truck falling under city manager's budget because I didn't want any responsibility with that if I wasn't using it. So it wasn't like I was agreeing to anything, but I want to make sure that was on record because it was stated that I agreed.
Just to be clear on that, the vehicle we're talking about is the mayor's vehicle.
The
And it's now officially in his budget.
Again, there was no official, I walked into it when, again, there was given, and as I stated, when you asked me, I think that was, I clarified to you that you had asked me the question. That truck was not under the city manager's, the keys were not with the city manager, that the previous city manager had given the keys to the mayor prior to him leaving.
Okay, so what is the policy on that?
Well, the old policy is that it was the truck and the credit card was taken under the
Two trucks were-
or administration back or something like that. So we changed half of that policy regarding the credit card, but we never got around to approving the truck for the mayor. That policy is still there. So I don't see why he has a truck when we, as a body, we have not voted to approve him the truck.
And that's why we're having that discussion now.
Right, and that was the second component, that two council members, I think you were one of them, Ms. Peralta, I think you were the other, correct? Okay.
So why can't we just have the mayor, when he needs a vehicle, to pick it up here at City Hall and switch vehicles and use it for no more personal, for city business, and come in and out and fill the form? It should be. No?
What you just said is what my administration followed. I had access to a vehicle whenever I couldn't provide my own for official business. Then I would make a request for the city manager that there was a city event or an event that I had an invitation to that I needed to attend. And I needed the city vehicle. And I would usually request it as soon as I got the invitation and decided I was going to go because the vehicle was a kind of on a first come, first served basis. The other councilmen had access to it. And so sometimes even staff, if there was no council or myself as mayor at the time, was going to use that vehicle, then if they were short, because sometimes a vehicle, well, they had vehicles, but sometimes there would be a breakdown or something, and they would request the council vehicle, or city vehicle, really. So they were granted the use of it. But it was more like on a first come, first served basis. So the best thing to be to, as soon as you knew that you would have need of the vehicle, put in a request, and that way the city manager would say, yeah, there's nobody else. I'll let the clerk know so that, or whatever I forget the protocol was, but when the time came that I needed the vehicle, it was there, it was all gassed up, they'd wash it, they'd have it ready to make the city mayor look good on city business. And that's basically the way it worked back then. I don't know if there was any changes with the last administration.
Let me clarify something. When Joe came in, that's when I happened to be up. Just had spent the weekend with the AMC up in Hermosillo. So when he came in, I was using the vehicle, the red vehicle. It wasn't given to me by Mr. Bermudez, our ex-city manager. Then we both discussed, he saw me with a red vehicle. That's when he made the gesture of moving it to the mayor's office. We both agreed. He sent the email to finance, and so that's why I've been using it. And I've said it before. I've used it for city business. I do not take it to my ranch. I do not take it, but for city business. Yesterday I had 6 meetings. I used the vehicle. Right now, after our meetings, I'm going to Phoenix. I'm going to Washington tomorrow. I'm using the vehicle. That's all it's been used for. And, yes, I do have a vehicle that works. Obviously, it's cheaper for the city to use the city vehicle than pay me mileage. And obviously, it's better for my vehicle to use a city vehicle because it saves my wear and tear on my vehicle. But, it is only being used for city business.
Would this, well, considering the GPS, would that take care of most of the issues on this at hand with the mayor's use of the city vehicle?
But isn't, my question was, shouldn't it be parked at City Hall and then
Yes.
come and pick it up here?
If that's what you guys want. I mean, and I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm just trying to explain there's some reasons why you wouldn't want to do that, especially if it's parked outside. It's, subject to that, or, not knowing where the mayor lives. But if he's got a meeting early in the morning and, it's coming this way to go back that way, there's a lot of different reasons, but you could have a basic policy that, when not needed or something like that, they would have it here. But, again, a lot of places, a lot of municipalities where they have their vehicles parked, it's secured. It's behind a gate or something like that, not parked out in open parking. I don't know if you'd want vehicles parked like that, but you've got.
Well, the police department is right there.
Department's right there.
Right.
The white truck is parked there for the last 4 months or year, I guess.
Those are just some of the reasons why or why not. But again, totally up to the council.
Mr. Bojorquez lives by my house. He's seen it parked for 4 days when I'm not using it.
And I think we should follow just the policy that it is right now, and that those privileges were revoked back on the Garcia Bomberstel administration. So, like I said, we voted on giving back the credit card, but we never voted on the truck. So I think that we should follow the policy that was set back then. And if we have to vote on it on this coming meeting, as far as how this is going to go about, then, but for now, I think we should carry out what is already in place.
Can you explain what's in place? I mean, just to bring up.
Well, Councilwoman Melendez, you were a councilwoman here when those policies were enacted, right? With Garcia Bomberstel. So the credit card and the vehicles were revoked or taken away from the mayor, so that no other administration has changed that. The only thing that we have changed, Councilman Doyle, was when we voted to approve the credit card for the mayor. But the part for the vehicle, we never changed that. We never voted on that. So the policy still is still what was written down, was set, but when the Garcia Bomberstel administration was here. And I don't want to go back through the whole why that was done. We all know the story to that. So if the mayor so desires to have a vehicle, then I would say that we would have to have it for a discussion and vote on it. It's that simple, because there is a policy already that was set. Am I correct, Councilwoman?
Yes, you're right.
Was that a written policy? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a copy of it. But again, that's why we're having that discussion now. You don't have to wait till the next meeting to make that determination. That's, why we're having that discussion now. Is, the council wants to say, yep, yeah, the mayor should have, access to and use of this because of all the different things and things that you're doing, and then we can look at, is that then, will that fall within this policy, or are you gonna have a specific policy for that? How do you guys wanna work that? But that's why it's agendized and on for discussion now.
Well, could we have a copy of that policy? I mean, the council, I think, should be, after all, a lot of the council members that are here right now weren't.
In front of you.
I think he's talking about when a vehicle was taken back from a mayor and,
No, but he's talking about the policy.
well,
It doesn't say in this one.
that's a, yeah, that's a,
No, but you said there's a policy in place.
Yes, there's a.
So how come we don't have a copy of that policy?
No, that's it.
Is that's not the copy of the policy? Okay, all I'm asking for is, can we have,
Let's look at it and we'll look at it, address it in the next meeting if you guys are okay and, forward.
I think the way my mind's working right now is, Mayor, is that there's a policy in place. We need to know what it is, but I think if the policy is in place, it should be followed at this point. It's in place. It should be followed unless we decide not to, unless we make a motion not to follow it right now. But before we make any changes, I say follow this policy that's in place and give us a copy of the policy so that we're aware of what to look at, and if we can tweak it or improve it on the next meeting, amend it, we'll do it.
That's what I'm saying.
But there is a
Let's
policy in
find the
place.
policy and let's look at
Right, well,
it.
I think what I'll do then is I'll have to reach back into it. There's probably some sort of, not so much
Amendment or
policy, but
something.
just an amendment to it of this is what we want to do.
Or
And I'll
this
go
is
back
what
and
we
look
have.
for that. I'll try to, I'll dig through it to get it myself. And I will certainly add that in. And I'll obviously, I'm going to get this information to all of you prior, at least a week ahead of time, because it's probably going to be brought that way. So you have that information plenty of time ahead of that next meeting.
But is it okay? I mean, all I'm asking is that the policy that's in place right now should be followed. It's already there. Let's follow it for right now. Once we look at that policy, if we want to make changes or amend it, or like you said, tweak it, whatever it is,
Right.
then we can vote on that.
I understand, but let's find it, let's see it, and let's follow it.
And
No problem.
I would say, since the mayor's involved, let's have that policy in his hands tomorrow so that he can be aware of the guidelines. And hopefully we can get it soon after that. And that way, by the next meeting, we'll all know exactly what it's about. And when whoever makes any motion to recommendations at that time, at least we're aware of what's in the policy and what's in the best interest of the city and the mayor's office. Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
That's my recommendation right now.
Yeah. So just so you'll know, Mr. Kramer, I'm sure that I could have overlooked it, but I looked through the policies, the vehicle policies. And the reason that I made a copy of this one is just to share it with everybody. But this is the one that has been shared with before. And there's nothing there that says, someone can't take it for 24 hours. So I didn't find the one that they're talking about where, the one they're making reference to. I didn't find that policy anywhere. But they say it got adopted and it might be there. I just overlooked it. The policy that I found was 2020 back. It was revised in 2013. Yeah, on my glasses. Yeah. So when you look at this policy, it does make reference to, 24-hour use and with your permission and the whole thing. So what you're saying is for us to tweak it, if that is our.
You guys won't have to do that. I'll be doing the legwork for this.
Okay.
I'm going to
so
be doing all the
You're going
legwork.
to be combining these two.
Yes, I'm going to take the
and
best of
any
both
else
worlds.
that you find that we might have overlooked. The one you gave us today, the statement, the policy that exists, and any other policy that is out there.
What
okay?
Mr. Bonilla was
Yeah, because I didn't find anything like
Lopez?
that. Yeah.
We're gonna have to do our research
Okay,
for that.
good.
Again, it may have been just a, whatever amendment to it that maybe wasn't attached. And I found this as well because there was a white book that I found
Yeah, exactly. The
that
one
had
Mr.
some of this policy
Macha-
in there.
Yes, yes. So if I could just finish my point. So you're gonna put something together and then come back to us, and then we're going to, put it on the agenda.
Correct.
For approval after
Yes.
the legal season.
Right.
Okay,
But in the meantime, you guys have copies of both the.
we can
current
give them
one
input.
And the new one or the one from the other entity, and you can look at that and you can look through that and say, okay, I really like this, or I don't think this, and you can come back with your own ideas and suggestions as well.
And you can come by if you want to just use the hard copies and highlight stuff and say, hey, Joel, this is what I like. You can certainly drop it off at my office as well. Because then I will revise it that way too. So between now and then, you've got both copies. You can certainly look at that.
So meantime, you're putting GPS on all the cars, did you say they're already?
Two more needed.
Okay,
But you know where the white one is.
so if I want to use the white truck, for example, if council member wants to use the white or red truck, whatever, we fill out this form?
Well, that's the other thing you guys have to approve though too. Technically speaking, the white and red truck were purchased for the the city manager
Yeah.
and the assistant city manager. Right now, the white one is still under the city manager's auspice budget. And the red one was only moved as per that email that I sent out. It was never purchased as to be used for the mayor. The red truck was purchased for the city manager, white one was for the assistant city manager. With your approval, of course, but it was for that. The white one is now still considered under my budget, but I don't use it until I wanted to get a good policy in place. Before I've used it once or twice and that's about it. But I'm not using it. It's been parked over there. Till we get a good policy in place, an updated policy, I've kind of refrained from using it. But they're right there. With that said, again, if you guys want to move that white truck to you guys, then so be it. I mean,
You don't have any need for that, for the
Joe,
white truck.
Go ahead, Ms. Vice Mayor.
what happens when we get a permanent city manager and he needs to be assigned a car?
right. That's why I was trying to hold off on that, because if you do assign a city manager, that will be that person's, be it he or she, will be that person's truck.
Supposed to be the red truck.
The red truck was city manager, white one was the assistant city manager.
So once we get a city manager.
The white
that
truck.
That red truck goes back to the city manager.
That's again up to you what you guys prefer to do. And in the white one, since there is no assistant city manager as of right now, it's sitting there, not being used. I've used it just because I wasn't going to use the red truck.
But the white one was intended for the
Assistant.
assistant to drive people around, because so many people would come and visit
Right,
Nogales.
right.
Dignitaries and what have you, and that was the justification, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Now, yeah, it was to drive some of us around, and which I don't like, but that's my opinion.
You don't like to be driven around?
No, I like to drive my own car and waste my own gas. But okay, so so what do we do meantime?
Yeah,
Meantime, we just.
that's a good question. Yeah. The understanding is since the very beginning, we approved the red truck for the city manager,
Correct.
and it was never used for the city manager.
He may have used it.
He used it maybe 2 months, and then,
Yeah, Mr. Beverly has used it.
okay, but it was mainly for the city manager.
Correct.
Okay.
And the white one was purchased for
Assistant,
assistant city manager to
Plus.
drive you around town.
yeah.
That's why it was an extra room, so the
Yeah.
back seat, you guys could sit back there like a chauffeur. Apparently,
So he was more like the chauffeur
I guess. If that's
for us and dignitaries.
Yeah, for you and dignitaries.
For us and dignitaries, okay.
You are the dignitary.
Right.
We are.
Okay, so that takes care of local usage for the council. But we used to have a vehicle that we could acquire here
Yeah.
for city business. We don't have one right now.
Anymore.
Well, we can,
Who took it away?
Mr. Kramer, we can
It's a
come
red
to you,
truck.
and you would, I guess the protocol would be that you would go to Fleet And if we so desire, or we need a vehicle, Councilman Doyle, we go to Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer goes to Fleet, and Fleet goes, here, ta-da, here's the vehicle.
Which we did that with Mr. Bonilla. He wanted to use a vehicle. I called Fleet, have a vehicle ready for Councilman Bonilla. He will come and pick the vehicle up. I believe they had it ready for you and ready to go. So
Was it a good
council-
vehicle?
It was a nice vehicle.
Because one time we did that when I was, we broke down.
But I just want to know the process for, if anybody wanted to use a vehicle for council, they will have a vehicle for you. Just come through me. I can get you that vehicle. I think Mr. Bohorquez brought up a good thing. Certainly, whatever he or she you hire as your city manager, the white one, because it has less miles, it's in good shape, would probably be a good vehicle for that city manager. And then you decide what you're going to do with the red one.
I want to say something. We have important business. When we get invited somewhere, we have a deadline to get over there. We don't need a beat-up vehicle that's going to break down from here to Tucson, and we miss the whole event because we take the bones instead of the city providing us with decent transportation. Now, I speak out of experience. I missed 2 events when I was mayor because they switched me over to cars that weren't the best in condition. And one of them broke down just right here in Sahuarita, and the other one past Tucson. And I missed both events because I was waiting there for 3 hours in the heat, and they couldn't even get city people to go out there and take another vehicle and somehow figure out the problem without spending 3 hours in the heat. I don't think we deserve that.
You should have gone a director's vehicle. They're brand new.
I don't know what you're talking about, Councilwoman, but if it's to improve the situation, I'm for it.
A little off topic,
Yeah.
but I think one way you can temporarily, one way you can temporarily resolve the issue right now is you've got 2 trucks. You don't have an assistant city manager. You currently have it, so keep things as they are temporarily until we come to a final decision and say, okay, the red one for mayor and council, then you guys can work out how that gets signed out or used, or have it here and whoever needs it signs it out. And the white one for the manager's office, because the manager's going to be out and about doing things and and stuff.
I'm just not using it because there is not a good policy in place.
Okay, all right.
But as we're working through this process so that they're,
Good idea.
otherwise you're going to end up in, you have a red truck sitting out there and everybody's using their own vehicles and it's not being used for for a good purpose and stuff like that. So you can say, okay, right now we'll keep the red truck. We'll keep that for mayor and council. And then you guys can coordinate, if somebody needs that red truck, it gets signed out or whatever.
Or if we're shorthanded, say the mayor needs to use the red truck and a council person needs to use another vehicle, can we have access to the white truck if the city manager's not
You're
using it?
not using that right now. The white's there. Right?
Does that sound fair?
Yeah, you can have it.
Okay.
And
Now I feel a lot better. See, now
You don't break that.
both
I mean,
vehicles,
if it's the priority, you guys to have the white truck, that's fine.
and both vehicles,
I'm using
both
my own
white and red have
Not getting reimbursed, I'm not
Around,
turning any miles in, I'm do it for
Mexican
free.
insurance.
So who takes out of whose budget now does the use of those come out of?
Well, then I'm just going to get the city manager off that and I'll put it under mayor's budget.
Or council? Maybe
Which one?
council?
The white one.
The white, I could only drive one.
Well,
It goes under
we can
the
use
councils.
council, is that, well, we'd have to vote on that, I guess.
Yeah, you're coming up on.
I see Mrs. Montiel has.
And just so you know, though,
Right,
Mr. Councilman
use that one.
Doyle, I am fine with that. You guys, I don't turn in any mileage in. That's my key ring thing. I don't turn mileage in. I've been just driving my own car, just so you know.
No, usually when we use a city vehicle for city business outside of the town, what we would do, we would go and fill up, the city manager would give us a card, loan us a card to go fill up in case, or he'd have somebody from staff fill it up for us, have it ready. And And when we went on the highway, the city would provide a credit card so that, or if sometimes they didn't provide it for whatever reason, we would put gas with our own card and get reimbursed. We just brought back the receipts and got reimbursed for the gas we put in the
All right.
car.
So-
That's what these forms are going to be for. Let's fill it out.
And all of those issues you would want to address during the budget process as to the assignments and things like that. I think right now we're looking at just the, temporary limited situation until we get final things in place to where, okay, if from what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm always wrong, but, have the red truck available for the mayor and council, primarily for the mayor, but if the council need it and it's available, and then if the council need a vehicle and the mayor's using the red truck and the white truck's available, and then we will work on putting together the policies with regard to vehicles, work on budget assignments and different things.
But I just want to say something for the record. I've been here 2 years now, and I haven't gotten an invitation anywhere where I need to use a city vehicle. It's all been local, and I, so I'm just saying, I don't know about the other council people. It doesn't happen that often anymore.
Well, I've been here for a whole week and nobody's invited me to. I think there should be like a city attorney vehicle,
I was just going to an extreme in case
I know.
One of us gets invited somewhere.
But just so that there's a temporary understanding so we can move on and get through this agenda, because a lot of these things are great topics and things, but really are like budgetary.
I think as long as there's a little flexibility, just in case something comes up and we're covered, that we can make a request. That's all, That's basically.
We have the vehicle policy, and like Councilman Bonilla mentioned, it's already in place, so let's just follow it. And then we'll amend the rest in the future agenda, correct? Okay.
One thing I want to make it clear, the white truck is for your use.
No, I think we cleared that up, that you guys are getting it.
Again,
I thought that's what Mr. Doyle was
No,
pushing.
no, just in case, there's a need and.
But again, you
That's
gotta-
why we're gonna have the
That's why you
red
have
truck.
budgets. That's why you have budgets.
Okay.
Because you don't share budgets.
no,
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, all right.
So that's why I'm saying, if you want it, I'll move it over to mayor council budget, and that's fine. I'm not using it. I use my own personal car. I don't turn mileage in.
Okay. I'll follow whatever recommendation is
So
on the table.
I know right now I'm gonna put 2 GPSs in.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
And then after that, I don't know what council wants for vehicle use.
No, like I said, Mr. Kramer, I don't think we have to assign a particular vehicle to mayor and council, because we can go to you and it's your job to get us a full functioning vehicle, which I think Fleet is doing an excellent job. So to assign to say, well, we want this vehicle for mayor and council, we don't need to. Because if we so need it for whatever meeting we need to go to, we can come to you, Mr. Kramer, and you'll talk to Fleet and they'll wash it, fill it up, and we're good to go. We don't need to have a truck assigned or trucks assigned to mayor and council, because as Mr. Bojorquez stated, what are we going to do when we do get a permanent city manager? Are we going to go through this again? So we just might as well leave it there. If we need a vehicle, we can just always go to Mr. Kramer and follow
Does that sound fair?
Well, I'm just following what you guys want. I'm just trying to do what's what your council's preference.
But we don't want to create, I don't want to create any more problems for anyone. I was going back on the way things were done 10 years ago or something, but I know that everything changes with time and so.
I've got 2 things on it, but I've already been GPS, and then you guys are going to give me suggestions on these policies, combine them together to one good policy, so we can have something in place. The third one is still on the table. What are you doing about the red truck?
Well, we mentioned that we just, like Councilwoman Parra said, just enact or just keep following the current policy.
Yeah, but but nobody knows what the current policy is. We don't have it in front.
Well-
So that's why we said, let's get that current policy and bring it up. And so Mr. Kramer said he would look for it, and let's all look at it, and then we'll follow it.
Well, then
Current one.
There is. Suppose there was there's an amendment.
Yeah.
There's amendment.
13.
I will look for that amendment for the mayor from what Councilwoman Lopez, by the way, you guys are getting Councilwoman instead of council member, just to let you know. Councilwoman Lopez, Councilman Bonilla, I'll look for that. If I find it, I will send it out to you. And if we do find it, obviously with the attorney, that probably, if it's been approved, that will be then, of course, enacting as of that point. Correct?
It could have just been a council vote or decision at a council meeting so
Well, I know it exists because we had a vote to approve the mayor's credit card. So the truck or the vehicle.
it's just a matter of trying to find that information and stuff.
So we'll dig around. And I'll go with your office too, as well. They might have something over there. And as soon as I get it to you, I will send it out. BCC, of
When
course.
do you want our input back?
Whenever you can
The next
before
week.
before the next meeting.
A week before the
Right.
next meeting?
And what I'll do then is also, if you want to make notes on it, I will certainly put notes on it like we can, so each and every you know the input. I don't want to get too drawn into it because again, we spend another 45 minutes. Oh, I like that one. Oh, I like this one. I'll try to be as much as I can to revise both of them, but I think both of them have a good place so where they can meld together and be a good policy. Of course, we want that vehicle checkout sheet because the state does use that. So that one we will definitely follow.
And one last question. This will also include the vehicles that are assigned to directors, right? This is going to include.
Yes, yes, and I will make sure I get that, and I will get you more information and probably a presentation on the actual website, the program that we use, so you can see how it actually is used. And I can actually do that as well for that presentation.
So when are we voting for the take-home vehicles to stay at Public Works and parked out
For
here?
everything other than the two vehicles that we're discussing right now, it is under the prerogative of the city manager that he can make, or she can make that decision about the take-home vehicles under directors. So that would run under my direction. It's just these two vehicles of question, but I'll make sure that they get the GPS, and then we'll go and I'll try to dig up that policy from what the two of you have mentioned. Okay?
Thank you. We move on to item B, discussion possible direction of city staff to establish a policy for enforcing past due utility accounts. Mr. Kramer, you gave us a list. And
Yeah, this was a.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
sir.
no, you got the list because I know this was a discussion. I think you were present at that last discussion. It was a question posed to our chief financial officer. And I believe there was a question about overdue accounts. And I told her to get everything over 1,000, well, there's some at 956, but it hovered in around there. So I was saying maybe over $900. Obviously, we're not putting names on this, but there's 88 counts at $360,000. 360,406, 88 accounts.
Mr. Kramer, is there any,
This is sewer and water.
yeah, but is there any identification on these accounts? Do any of these accounts have any contracts already, payment contracts, or that they are already?
No, I see what you're asking, that question. I just told her to give me a list so you guys will get a general idea of what's overdue, not in particular of anybody that may be under a contract that's paying and such. But I think the question of the council was, what are we doing to anyone that goes over that threshold? Because there is no threshold. We don't have a threshold. And what are we doing in case, I think you remember the past presentation, not this one, but the before, the question was posed, what happens to those people that move or move away? And what was the answer? Well, it was nothing. Defaulted, we lose. Exactly.
So what,
So
there's,
the question of this, or what I'm posing to council is, and we have our obviously legal counsel here, is do you want to set a policy of some type of lien where we put on a lien, so if they do try to leave or sell their property, that lien will hold the value that they owe us, or the amount that they owe us, that we at least get that payment back?
Under certain circumstances. Now, there's certain things. You can lien for sewer. You can't lien for water as a matter of statute. I don't know why the legislature did it that way, but you can do the lien for the sewer. But then also, you run into issues. If the property's being rented and the tenant is in default, you can't lien the property for the tenant's obligation. So if it's owner occupied and they have a past due, then we can set up a process to lien for those sewer amounts. And it's another way of trying to be able to get back those funds, because you can see they add up pretty quick when you add all of those together, and we'd have to look and see what the breakup is between water and sewer and stuff like that. But, I've got municipalities where they've got outstanding liens of, $5,000 to $9,000 on a property because of past due.
wouldn't these mostly be sewer? Because we don't, we don't control the water in that section.
Council, if you may just let me step aside, I will bring the CFO in.
We don't control the water in this area, I think.
Yeah, if you don't provide the water service
Yeah,
there,
so I
then,
think it's got to be sewer and sanitation.
yeah.
It's got to be sewer and sanitation.
for example,
There's 39 accounts that haven't made a payment. Out of 39, there's 4 that are either 2020 or less. And, obviously that's the last payment they made, 2020 or less. And most of the rest have been, there's 22, 23, 24. There's a couple of them in 21, but, I think all those, 21 and above, we should go, see what's going on. And I'm pretty sure it's all sanitation and sewer. I don't think it's water.
Okay. And I'm just,
That's what brought us to this, that we cannot cut any service. There's no way to cut the storage. There's no way.
there is, but you have to install a sewer cutoff. And I have municipalities that do that, because I've got municipalities that don't provide water service. All they do is sewer service. You got Arizona Water, or another water company does the water, and then the town does the sewer. And, it's really easy for a customer not to pay the sewer bill, because a lot of municipalities don't have shutoffs for sewer. You can shut off the water, and, shutting off the water automatically shut off the sewer because you don't have water flowing.
We don't need to talk about water because it is just sewer.
Okay.
Oh, it's just
So
sewer?
if these are just sewer.
And nobody's on
It's got to be sewer and
Yeah.
sanitation.
right, no one's on a payment plan. None of these.
Is there a way to put like a cap if they go past $500? Then we do a shut off?
Well, for example, one of my municipalities, they went through, and because of the payment issues, and because of the fact that Arizona Water wasn't really working with them on the water shutoff. So it's really easy if the water company works with the city, and the city goes to the water company and says, this sewer account is delinquent, so we've shut it off in the books. Please shut off their water. If you've got that relationship and they're willing to do that, that makes it easy, because without the water, they come and they bring it current because they need the water. When you just on the books shut off the sewer and say, don't flush your toilets, they're still going to do it as long as they have that access. So what that municipality did was they went in, and I don't know if it was a grant or what it was, but every property got a sewer shutoff valve just like you have a water valve, they have a sewer valve, and they can go and you don't pay your sewer bill, we shut off and we turn off your sewer. And then we also notify the county health department, because if your water's still on and you're still flushing, it's going to eventually back up. That causes a health issue. And then the county can step in and say, you don't have utility service. This house is not habitable until you activate or reactivate your sewer service. You know, so there's a lot of different mechanisms and ways to try to address that. But, you know, I think the key here is figuring out how best to protect the city's infrastructure and the funds that are owed for those utilities, because the intent is that, you know, everybody pays their utility bills, which goes to the, you know, intended to cover the cost of current operations and then fund future improvements and repairs and things that are necessary. And that's why you typically have those as separate accounts. They're not part of your general fund. They're a separate account for that utility. But there are, under statute, we can look at providing you a specific policy that if at a certain, you know, once you're considered delinquent, you owe over $500 or whatever it is, that the city
Can
will.
be a monthly bill. $500 can be a monthly bill.
I'm throwing out that as an example.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, because sometimes there's a breakdown, you know, how a water leak can run into.
Well, a water leak is different. We're talking sewer here. We're only talking sewer. Your
Sewer and
sewer bill
sanitation.
is typically the same every month. Your sewer bill.
No, it's not. No,
It's
it's not.
based on
Oh, you
water
guys do it
usage.
different?
It's based,
On water
yeah.
usage.
Okay, because most municipalities base their sewer bill off of and this is just an example, not saying here, but most municipalities will base their sewer bill off of a calculation of your 2 lowest months of water usage. Because what happens, and that's water usage in the winter. Because what happens is in the summer,
Yeah, you're talking about north of Nogales.
well, no, but I'm talking, if you have a yard or if you're irrigating, you're using more water in the summertime to water your yard.
So what does
if
that have
you're
to do with
using-
the sewer?
Because irrigation water doesn't go into the sewer.
That's right.
That's why those municipalities base their sewer bill off of the 2 winter months of water usage, because that gives you a better indication of what's actually going into the sewer system.
But here in Nogales, those 2 months is when people are having all kinds of ruptures with their plumbing, the lines freezing and breaking, and thousands of gallons pour out in a day.
Which is fine, and
And then now they're going to have to pay high sewer bill, aside from that costly expenditure that they went through. They're going to have to pay all year long for a high sewer bill that didn't even have to do anything with the sewer. Do you know what I mean? Do you understand where I'm coming from? That's very unfair.
But if it's in good faith, wouldn't they make like a payment plan or something instead of letting
No,
it
no,
go
no, but that's
delinquent?
not the point. We're charging unfairly the way we're computing the sewer bill.
I don't know how you guys
I
could
think
your sewer bill.
I think that we need to look for solutions that are more practical. Yeah.
Yeah, the intent here is to figure out. So the intent here is to say, okay, we've got these accounts that are all past due. You've got all this money that's past due. Are we going to implement a policy so the town can file liens on those properties for those past due amounts? Under the statute, you are allowed to file a lien on those properties. Do you want to do that?
I think that is a good option. However, like you said, what if they're renting the house or whatever?
Then you can't do the lien. There's certain restrictions.
So what I think we should, it's just a suggestion, and I don't know if it can be done, but I think, Mr. Kramer, at one point it was discussed, I don't know if it was discussed on the dais, but I certainly had discussion with past city managers as to sitting down with Waters of Valle Verde Waters and have them somehow take over the billing for sewer and sanitation work out some type of deal. They get a small percentage just because if they're billing and they're not getting paid, then automatically their water is going to be shut down. So right now, we can put liens, we can send letters, we can do whatever. Nothing's going to really change. But I think if we can talk to this water company, just let them take over, we'll give them a certain percentage. But that's something that you, Mr. Kramer, and legal can brainstorm on that. I wouldn't know if it's viable or not, but it would certainly fix a lot of problems that we're having right now.
I think the past administration or past manager was already looking and working with Valle Verde, which is Southwestern Utilities, on either the city doing their billing for the water, so we could control the shut off and and turn on, or like Mr. Bonilla said, have them collect, some type of correlation where we could shut off the water with city delinquents. But I'm not sure who they were talking to.
Well,
That's how it works.
we could do it.
Yeah.
Mr. Estes, a question. So on these delinquent accounts, for example, if they're private property or like business properties, could we put like maybe a first step liens and then the second step would be the shut off valves? Could those steps be taken?
I mean, for example, you have one account on here that shows a past due balance of $27,334.89. You know, the question is, do you want to put a lien on the property for that assuming that's a owner occupied or business, put a lien on that so that you have that additional protection of trying to eventually recoup that. The lien doesn't mean you're going to get the money right away. That just means that if that property gets sold or they do something with the property that you're supposed to get repaid, it's not like you're going to go foreclose on that property to foreclose on the lien. The only thing that you have to worry about with when you say you go and put a $27,000 lien on that property, and so it sits there. But if you don't pay attention to that property, what I've had happen with a lot of municipalities is that those people who are behind on their sewer or they get utility liens, they're typically not paying their taxes either. And if a tax lien gets assessed on that property and investment company A over here buys that tax lien and holds it for 3 years and then goes to foreclose on that tax lien, a tax lien foreclosure wipes out that junior lien, so you lose it. So in those circumstances, what I've recommended or provided as an option is that if you have a property like this where you know you have a substantial lien on it, $27,000, you keep that property is on your target list, and every time that the county comes out with tax lien properties, you look at those properties and compare it to the properties that you have a sewer lien on. And if you have a substantial sewer lien on that property, then I encourage my municipalities to purchase that tax lien so that someone else isn't buying it and foreclosing out your other lien. It may cost you some more money up front to buy the tax lien, but after 3 years, then you have the ability to foreclose on the tax lien if you want, to then recover all of the costs, hopefully. Now if the property's not worth, if you got 27,000 here, so I'll just throw out an example. You got 27,000 here, and say that property, the tax lien's available, it's $5,000. So now you're at just over $32,000 into that property. You hold it for 3 years. The intent would be is that if you had to foreclose on that tax lien, that the property would be worth more than $32,000. And then you're able to recover all of those funds back for the city. Now, I've had municipalities look at that and say, no, we don't want to even consider foreclosing on a tax lien because we we don't want to come across as foreclosing on somebody's property and taking it away from them and stuff. You know, that's a political decision for you guys to look at and consider. My goal here is just give you guys all the options and what is available to do as best as you can to protect, you know, because say this $27,000 right now. That person sells the property, they leave, you're going to write it off. You're never going to recover it. But you have a better chance of recovering if it's a lien on the property when that property comes up for sale. It gives you a little more protection on these significant past due. Now, would you want to put a lien on a property that owes $500? You know, probably not. You could set a policy to where if it's, you know, $4,000 or more, or whatever the council wants to do, but just have that additional protection to be able to say, you know, we need to make sure that we're protecting the fiduciary obligation we have to the community to make sure we're trying to collect these payments when they come due.
May I ask a question here? You know, I noticed that you covered the tax lien, and that is whoever cashes in on it and sells it, well, we're out of luck because it's a secondary lien or a junior lien, whatever you call it. But say we have a lien on it, and there's no tax lien, but the owner sells. Does that lien hold any ground throughout the sale when they're in escrow or anything?
Yeah, when they go to sell, then when the title company does their title search, it comes back, you got this lien. This lien has to be paid off at the time of transfer.
Okay. So it's worthwhile.
It is. It helps. Like I said, it's an additional layer to be able to make sure you don't lose that money for forever. It may take, you know, if they never sell the property, you know, you're not going to get that lien amount. But the cost to record a lien isn't all that expensive once you get the form in place. And it's a simple, you know, for example, I've got a municipality, the finance director this account came up, it hit the target for what they need. They fill out the paperwork, they record it with the county recorder's office. It's done. It's noted on the account, a lien in this amount. And then if that account goes even further, that lien can be amended and can be increased to whatever the current outstanding balance. And in the meantime, the city is still trying to work with the property owner to get that paid off. And now if it becomes something egregious and you can't work out a deal with the water company, a lot of times the water company be like, we don't want to shut off the water because they're paying our bill. Why do we want to shut off that account? Because then we don't get paid, you know? So if you have a good relationship and they're willing to do it, great, because that helps. When they don't have water, you know, that's the key. They want water. So there's a lot that goes into that process, but.
So far, just recapping, because I know it's been a long day. I think, thank you, Mayor and Councilman. Well, certainly I will pursue that pathway that whatever was being worked on with Valle Verde Water Company. I will get back to council to let you know on the progress of that. Certainly the tax liens and certainly that's a good about the property tax, because if you start going after the property tax, for those of you that may have participated in before, it becomes a bidding at times too at the county, and you have to bid, and there are other people that are bidding on those property taxes, liens as well. Sometimes it's just not always, oh, it's available, we get to get it. You're competing with 10 or 15 other bidders.
But you're not bidding on the amount of the tax lien. You're bidding on the interest that you get repaid for that. So it starts off at 16%. So they'll say, okay, I got property A owes $5,000. Who's going to bid on that at 16%? I'll take that property at 16%. Well, if I see that property is worth a good amount of money, you know, I may just want to try to get that tax lien for whatever I need to be able to eventually get the property and resell it assuming it doesn't get redeemed. So if you have a $27,000 lien, utility lien on that property, the city could go all the way down to 1% or 0% on the tax lien just to protect the other bigger lien. But that's the bidding process for tax liens is based off of the percentage, not the actual amount of the tax lien, because they always get their taxes.
The only reason I was bringing that up, because then it's a lot of legwork. And who's
Yes,
gonna-
it requires,
Who's going to do that legwork?
So, yeah, that was my next question. Who does all that?
Right.
Do we have a personnel to do all that paperwork?
We're both pointing, I mean,
No.
it does,
that's something to discuss for that
right,
process.
right.
Just throwing everything out there so that you guys know what's out there, what's available to try to protect the city's interest in these amounts that are due.
What I'm thinking is the suggestion that the two of them said, I think I will pursue that first before we go to, I'm just suggesting this because I think the lien, it seems to be a lot more effort than maybe working with this that was probably already maybe 50% done.
Yeah.
And I can certainly bring back that to you so you have that because I think I didn't realize that. And with that other information, I think that may be a better pathway for us as a city. If that for some reason doesn't work out, then maybe revisit this tax or the lien.
I think I have even a third option, Mr. Kramer. If you can sort of do a little bit of research on what will be the cost to install these shut-off valves for the sewer. I guess if we are ever at that point with most of these accounts are at that point. I guess if we would have to install them, we would have to find a way to be at cost to these people. I think, but look at how much it would cost or what that technology is or
Certainly,
whatever.
yeah. The more options, the better we have to make a viable decision, correct? So I certainly will put that in the mix and bring that information back.
Okay. So we'll do that. So now, next item, item 6, I move to executive session on ARS 38-431-03A1 and 3 for legal advice and discussion or consideration of employment assignment, appointment, promotion, demotion, dismissal, salaries, disciplining, or resignation regarding the employment of the city clerk, city manager, and city attorney.
And before we go to a vote on that, I just want to point out that the city clerk has requested that all discussions with regard to the city clerk position be done in the open meeting. So when we vote to go into executive session, we won't talk about the clerk, but we will be able to talk about the city attorney and the city manager. And then we'll come back out and have that conversation with regard to the clerk in connection with the action item, which is there. So just so that you're aware of what's been requested by the city clerk. So.
A motion? All in favor? All right. Opposed? We move to executive session. Now that we had a crowd. special session meeting. Item number 7, discussion item, a discussion, direction, and possible action regarding the employment of the city clerk. Diego?
Mayor, council, thank you. And maybe if everybody in the back can come forward so you can hear my heartfelt apology for all the miscommunication or misunderstanding of today's council meeting, because the intent here was we have a position, a city clerk position that's temporarily out on FMLA, and the mayor and council, that position requires specific duties that are specific to that position, and we need to appoint somebody temporarily to address those issues. And the other issue is I am going to be substituting in for John Palladini for the city attorney work. And I wanted to make sure that the mayor and council had the opportunity to have discussion in an executive session as to how, one, that they understand what my background is, and that I'm not being, just thrown in here, and they're able to talk to me, and also how that coordination will go with the city manager. So I said, on the executive session, we just throw all 3 positions on there for discussion, just so the council could understand the interactions between those positions. And I understand the frustration that can come from reading what is in the agenda, because it is what the statute requires, what the statute says for that executive session language. And I know it talks about promotion, demotion, salaries, hiring, firing, contract. That's just the language that's from the statute that is put into the executive session notice, because that's what the statute requires. And it can get confusing to the mayor and council, confusing to anybody who looks at that agenda and is like, oh, wait a second, is the mayor and council getting rid of of all these positions and things? And that's not the case at all. It's just to make sure that we're able to have that conversation, that with me coming in and substituting in for John, so that they could ask me any kind of questions with regard to that, and how that coordinates with the city manager's position. And so with the council's permission, I'm able to share with you that was the intent of that executive session, and the intent of the action item that we have right now with regard to the clerk is solely to address, right now we have a statutory position that is required to have someone there to fill those duties, and we need to have an interim appointment, and that by the charter, that appointment has to come from the council. The manager doesn't have the authority to assign somebody those duties. So we have to have an opportunity to do that. And again, the language of the statute covers everything from hiring to demotion to firing, and nobody knows what's going on, and sincerely apologize for that. It can be confusing, it can be frustrating, it could cause concern. So please accept that apology from me. I'll make sure that we include the statutorily required language, but also clarification language, so that we don't have those concerns going forward. But with that said, Letty has been noticed of the meeting, and the reason for that is we can't go into detail, but she is on FMLA, which can go out to 12 weeks. We have to have somebody assigned those duties for the clerk position, because the clerk's responsible for public records requests, responsible for accepting and processing, the council's financial reports, responsible if anybody comes in and pulls a petition or does anything, responsible for publishing and getting out the agendas. And it's a very important position and has statutory requirements that it has to fulfill. And under the charter, that position is a council appointment. So if there's even a temporary assignment of those duties, it has to be done by the council. So we have to do that in a public meeting, and that is the purpose for having this meeting and for having that on the agenda now is, council, that's what we need to discuss is how, until Letty's able to come back from FMLA, how do we handle that position, the assignment of those duties for the city clerk position?
Excuse me, Mr. Estes. First of all, I thank you for the explanation. I hope it's clear to everybody. And besides that, thanks, Joe, and thanks the people, Carmen, I think, Jose, that supported getting this agenda out. Thank you for the support. And yes, so we need to find, and I don't know, who in the staff or who would we recommend to support Letty. Letty has been in communication with me, sometimes with Joe, but basically, we need somebody fiscally here to handle, which is the situation, correctly?
Right. And also because she's on FMLA, I don't want her to feel like she's obligated to do any kind of work because she's on FMLA, so I don't want her to have to do those, the minor correspondence and stuff that she's been doing. She shouldn't have to do because she's out on FMLA. So the goal is now that we've got everybody here, for somebody to raise their hand and volunteer and stuff it. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, so my position is, look, if somebody's out on FMLA, they shouldn't be, having to work remote and do those things because they're on leave. And there's a reason why, so the goal here is let's figure out how we address the temporary assignment of those duties until she's able to return.
Now, Joe, does whoever sits in and accepts, the temporary, would they have to have any qualifications or anything, with any requirements? Just basically.
No, there's no statutory, training or statutory requirements for a city clerk. There's no degree. There's trainings and certificates that clerks will do and obtain, but for that, no, and especially not for an interim basis. So this would be to appoint someone to fulfill the clerk duties and obligations until the city clerk returns from FMLA. And so it's for a very limited period of time. And whoever that is, and the next, item on the agenda is intended for me to be able to come down here and be here on a weekly basis, to be here. And I can also, while I'm here, be able to step in and help with whoever that is to answer questions and stuff. So like, what kind of redactions are required for a public records request, or what's the, I got a notice of claim in, what has to be done, because notices of claim have to be served on the clerk. If the city gets sued, the service of summons has to be on the city clerk. So there's a lot of statutory obligations for that position. And and again, it's an appointment from the council, so the council has to make that assignment as to that temporary assignment.
Okay, one more comment, Mr. Bruto. Council, we we really never really had this situation. I don't know, Joe, if you want to mention any in staff with any past experience, or do you just want us to think about a name and mention somebody? How do you want to work it, Joe? Because basically
Well, thank you, Mayor. Certainly working with individuals from the staff, I think that as a team, we probably can come up with 2 or 3 individuals to assist in this. Thank you to Joe for coming down once a week, if that's going to be the case. Certainly that would help with offset some of this. Certainly there are things that we've chatted about, a few of us as individuals over there. Certainly it would be imperative that we have legal to help with that, but certainly getting the agendas out, getting everything else out. I mean, we've got another meeting coming in 2-3 weeks, but we can certainly handle that. I think if you give me that opportunity to at least work with the staff, of course, if they're not directors, we can certainly, obviously, as we've done in the past, it's extra duties. So we'll make sure we put that down as extra duties and they be compensated for those extra duties. I think that would be only as we have done in the past as well. So with that said, I do have a few ideas there, but I'll bring that certainly forward to you. And by Friday, today's what, Wednesday, within 48 hours, if not sooner, probably by tomorrow at this time, I can certainly send legal and the rest of you, the 7 of you, certainly with those names, and I'll come up with proper reciprocation for payment of those duties until said time when you as a council, as with their legal, inform me of when that possibility of them not doing those duties. But in that time period, it's certainly helpful with legal because, again, there's some things there that we probably shouldn't be doing where clerk should be doing. So that's very helpful on that. So I will give that from the staff, and we can certainly fill in that. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing that up.
But we would need another meeting for that designation by the council.
Could we do that telephonically or do we have to have it in person?
No, we could do it virtually. You could set up a Teams meeting or something like that, just like how you did with during COVID and stuff like that. So it doesn't have to be everybody has to come here, because I would imagine it would be a very short. It's just more of a formality type thing that we hold that meeting and say the mayor, councilman makes a motion to appoint so-and-so to assume the city clerk duties temporarily until the current city clerk returns from FMLA. And then, then we have one person who's designated, and then behind the scenes, we can also have multiple people assisting with that. We just need that one individual assignment for all of those reasons that I mentioned before.
Could that be an emergency meeting considered?
Not an emergency. It would be a special. You'd
So we
still
need
have to need
24 hours?
24-hour notice, and weekends wouldn't qualify.
So may look at Friday then.
So if you do it on Friday, you just have to notice it tomorrow within 24 hours. So if you're going to do it at 4 o'clock on Friday, by 4 o'clock tomorrow, or if you're going to do it Monday, I believe if your posting locations are open on Saturday.
Yeah, we'll get this done. We'll get this done by Friday morning. Because give me some time. It's already 4:30. Yes, we'll get this done by tomorrow morning so we can get this posted hopefully by 10 a.m.
Go
For
ahead.
Friday morning.
Mr. Dow, go ahead.
Yes, I've been wanting to say, because I haven't had the privilege of speaking to Mrs. Robinson since her accident. But I think I speak on behalf of the council and everyone here that we wish her a speedy recovery, and we hope to see her soon back in her office. So, Letty, if you're hearing, God bless you. Take care and follow doctor's orders, and have a speedy recovery. Thank you.
Thank you. And anybody else? So, Mr. Kramer, you'll come up, give us a notice, and then we'll set up that special meeting for on-call, because I'll be in Washington.
Okay, I'll send you an email and as well as council to finalize it, the three of us. And then from there, the three of us will approve it.
We'll table it till Friday when Mr. Kramer sets it up. Hopefully tomorrow. So
Yes,
you let me know.
we'll get this done tomorrow morning.
Okay.
All right?
So
Just have a formal motion to table.
I move to table this item. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion's tabled. Item B, consideration possible action on modifying existing legal services agreement to provide additional on-site services by Pierce Coleman PLLC in the amount of $1,900 a day beyond regular council meeting days effective January 1st, 2025. My only question was January 1st, 2025, or do we go by today?
You don't want to pay for today? Come on.
Okay.
I'm just,
All in favor? Wait, motion, do I have a motion first? Sorry about that. Mr. Bojorquez made the motion. Do I have a second?
second, is there?
Second, Ms. Montiel. In discussion, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Any future agenda items? Anybody?
Other than what you guys gave me, obviously I will,
Okay.
a lot of homework and research. Thank you.
I move to adjourn this meeting. Second. All in favor? Aye. Meeting adjourned. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Estes. Great job.
Sorry for that.